So, a pleasant good morning to everyone present here. As we all know, conference is a gathering of people with a common interest or background, with the purposes of allowing them to meet one another and to learn about and discuss issues, ideas, and work that focuses on a topic of mutual concern. The Latin roots of the word conference means literally bring together. A conference brings together people and ideas. I am Ishwant. I'm the EXICOM member of IEEE Mysore subsection and the IEEE Young Professionals Affinity Group Bangalore section. I'm happy to inform you that IEEE Bangalore section, IEEE Mysore subsection, IEEE Mangalore subsection, and the IEEE North Karnataka subsection jointly organizing the IEEE Conference Organizers Education Workshop 2022. I'm sure that by the end of this workshop, one will get answers for why organize a conference, who might organize a conference, when should you organize a conference, and most importantly, how do you organize a conference? So, on this occasion, I would take the privilege to welcome Dr. Deepashanai, Professor UVCE Bangalore, Chair IEEE Bangalore subsection, Bangalore section. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'd also like to welcome all the chairs and the EXICOM members of all the IEEE subsections of IEEE Bangalore section. Welcome all of you. I'd also like to welcome all the IEEE volunteers and the participants for the IEEE Conference Organizers Education Workshop 2022. So without wasting much time, let us hear opening remarks by Dr. P. Deepashanai, Professor UVCE, Chair IEEE Mysore subsection. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Warm welcome to the workshop on April 10th, 2022. This is coinciding with Ram Navami celebrations. Happy Ram Navami. These days, we know that every engineering college is conducting a conference, especially under IEEE umbrella. So it becomes very important to know the procedure of applying for the conference. And if the conference is through Bangalore section, it is important to make an application through IEEE Bangalore section website. Okay, today I will highlight on why a very important aspect. All other things will be explained by my team. So I'll be explaining you why we are collecting a processing fee of 25,000 plus GST, and others will be explained by IEEE team. So there is a doubt why we have to pay 25K and GST to the Bangalore section when they want to make an application. And this fee is collected by other sections also, and that doesn't allow us to collect the fees. We are collecting for a particular purpose. Okay. Kindly listen carefully, and these things again we are putting it on the website. We have now just told that you have to pay 25K plus GST. Now after some days we will put why we are collecting 25K plus GST. So the first thing why we are collecting is we have a TCS team, technical co-sponsorship monitoring team under IEEE Bangalore section. And this team, when you make an application through IEEE website, it rigorously goes through your application till you proceed to MCE. What is MCE? Meetings, conferences, and events are directly controlled by IEEE headquarters. So till you go there, we will just see your website, then the various buttons in the website, who are all the committee members, and what is your registration fee, what is the initial date for application, what is the last date, what is the acceptance date, everything we go through once you make an application, and your website should be ready when you prepare the application. Okay. Second thing is, every year we conduct this workshop, and it is conducted free, and we always almost request every college to send some delegates to attend this workshop, because they will come to know why, how, and what is this workshop. Okay, why it is required. So till 2019, we used to conduct this conference, this workshop offline, and we used to spend in lakhs together, and we never used to collect any registration fee for this. And last 2 years we are conducting this online due to pandemic, and this year also we thought of conducting this online because large number of teachers and IEEE members can attend this workshop online. It is more convenient than traveling to a particular place. So we are conducting this online. And when you attend this conference fully, you get an certificate, and it is mandatory to upload this certificate along with your application. Unless you attend this, we are not giving approval for the conference. So when with your 25K plus GST, we are conducting this conference workshop. We are also sending 2 e-notices at Bangalore section level, which reaches almost 8,000 members of IEEE Bangalore section to give publicity to your conference. And if you want to, it is free. And if you want to, for example, if you want to do e-notice at India Council level, they will charge you 5,000 for each e-notice. Whereas Bangalore section gives 2 e-notices free, and again it is because you are paying some processing fee. Bangalore section also conducts 2 other webinars on for authors on how to publish a paper in IEEE conference and journals, and where to publish your paper. Okay, this is also conducted for the benefit of the authors. When you apply for the conference, first thing the team what we sees is the health of your student branch. How healthy is your student branch, and how many student members are there. So colleges cannot have a student branch with 1 or 2 members, okay, and then apply for the conference. We insist that at least 30 members should be there. Only when the student branch is strong, and it is compulsory to have a student branch to conduct the conference, so the student branch should also be healthy. So we insist that when you want to conduct a conference, at least have 30, minimum 30 student members in your student branch. This year, we are, as a pilot project, we are thinking of sending 2 observers to the conference. Either they may be execom members or branch counselors, and they will act as observers. Okay, they will see the number of papers you have accepted, quality of papers, and they will give a confidential report to the Bangalore section. This is just to ensure that we are publishing good papers. Okay, and this entire expenses of the observers traveling to your conference, their stay, everything is managed by the IEEE Bangalore section. Okay, these are all the points, or these are all the things we cover by the amount you pay as the processing fee. Okay, if you have any doubt, you can ask me. That is why we are collecting this money. This year, we are starting 1 or 2 new initiatives also. What are they? Prashant Mishra, Vice Chair, IEEE Bangalore section, will explain you. We want to have collaboration between the organizers of IEEE conference with the relevant chapter or the council under IEEE Bangalore section. So the advantage is by having this collaboration, we can monitor, both can work together, and we can monitor and try to get good speakers, try to have good papers. Okay, this initiative will be explained by Dr. Prashant Mishra. One more initiative, it is still in the starting phase. Some of the international universities, they want to conduct a conference along with IEEE Bangalore section colleges, and entirely in virtual mode, without any monetary commitments. So there is no commitment of money from the Bangalore Section College. So the conference becomes truly international, and if there is any profit, they want to share. And this new initiative, I am not telling you the country, which country and all, because still we are discussing about this. And if it comes through, you can conduct conference with some international university also. These are the two new initiatives we want to start from IEEE Bangalore section. So apart from this, I request the colleges to accept only good quality papers. Don't go behind the numbers. Try to have good papers. And because at the end, if the quality of papers are not good, then it is very difficult to publish the papers in Explore. Straight away they reject. They will ask you to remove some papers, and all this exercise you have to do, and unless it comes in Explore, no use of conducting a conference, and also it is not useful for the authors. So kindly ensure that the quality of paper is maintained, and kindly encourage UG, PG, PhD students to apply for apply for conference, submit the papers, and try to, if it is online conference, try to keep the registration amount for students as low as possible. Like we are doing for Connect, we are charging only 2,500 for students, and that too, if early bird registration, we have discount and so on. So try to keep the registration amount as low as possible to encourage the students to involve in the research and to apply for conferences, and that gives them a confidence and encouragement to do involve in research. With these few remarks, wishing the workshop all the success, I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts on one specific topic, that is the processing fee or the TCS fee collected by IEEE Bangalore section. Thank you so much. Any doubt you can ask at the end, or you can ask now. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your views on conference organizing, and also clearing some of the myths that we have when it comes to organizing a conference. On behalf of the organizing team of IEEE Conference Organizers Education Workshop, would like to present this virtual token of appreciation, ma'am. Please accept this and oblige.
Yes, thank you. I accept it virtually. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Up next, let us hear the significance of the workshop by Dr. Chandrakant Kumar, ISRO Vice Chair, IEEE Bangalore Section. Over to you, sir.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. Screen is visible and your voice is also audible clearly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very good morning to all. And it is very nice and encouraging to see more than 60 participants, 60 plus participants. This shows the interest on this particular workshop that we are trying to conduct. And it is, as Madam told, it is a regular workshop we conduct. And I must thank Deepa Madam. There is a saying in the management, this one training, that if you have to eat a frog, eat into the during the breakfast. So she has done that. So it has become very easy for remaining part of the sessions. So thank you very much, Madam, for that particular taking up the topic at the very beginning itself. So as the responsibility on me is to work on the significance of the workshop of this particular workshop, that is very well summarized in the cartoons that is seen here. In the top, you can see that you have to advertise, you have to follow the best practices, you have to incorporate some sponsorship, and then finally it should lead a good customer experience, and if it is good, so it will lead to a brand that people will follow, and you need not OD about the outcome in the next sessions. So to get into the agenda, the agenda of us, like that is Bangalore section, Mysore section, North Karnataka, and Mangalore subsections, all put together is only one single point agenda we have. We have to ensure the quality of the conference above the level set by IEEE, and the enhance it means that quality should enhance in subsequent editions. And in this process, we have to go through some process. Unless we follow some process and some steps, we cannot ensure these things. So we are trying to explain those things through these workshops. And if those steps are not followed, what is the direct outcome or potential risk? It is as simple as that your conference proceedings will get rejected by MCE. You must have promised to the authors that the will try for possible inclusion of the IEEE Explore. You may get away with this clause that possible inclusion. But once somebody burned their finger with your conference, and next time I'm 100% sure they will not take a chance, and next time it will be a complete failure. So you should be very careful in ensuring the final product of the conference. There are many things that there in between, so those are very important. But the final product that the authors will like to see, that their papers are appearing in the IEEE Explore, that has to be ensured. Few other things people may forget after some time. Say the test of the tea was not good, and all these things they may forget. But this nobody will excuse you. So you should be very careful about all these things. And to ensure all these things, we should understand what are the objective of organizing a conference, who are the beneficiaries, and how we should affect them, or how should ensure that these people are getting these benefits, whatever we are supposed to deliver. If you can ensure them, so that tells you that you are ensuring the success of your conference. So if you take from the broader perspective, it should benefit the humanity at large. IEEE, we are doing technology for the humanity. So the conferences, it helps spreading the engineering and technology among all the people, and maybe who is less opportunity, who is having, he also should get the access to that. And it creates a forum for people or the like-minded people to discuss. Second point, if you come little down, it's the growth of IEEE. Yeah, it's important that IEEE brand has to reach as much as people as possible. And of course, these IEEE proceedings that is getting integrated into the IEEE Explore, that gives a sustainability of the Explore. Because if we don't integrate newer knowledge, after some time it will become obsolete. Nobody will access that one. Then IEEE also try to generate some surplus, because they also have to run. In Indian context, we give least priority to the money, but this is very important. So some reasonable amount of surplus they also want to create out of it. And whatever IP we generate out of the publication, they get some revenue out of that also. Those are the areas that we ensure for IEEE. Then what are the objective of the OU, that is organization unit, that is any college or any section, or if you Bangalore section also some organizes conference. What are they are the next level of beneficiaries. So what are they are looking at? Those are in the similar line of that IEEE, that is the operational funds we want to generate for our works and all these things, whatever, because it is a voluntary organization, nobody pays money for this one. So we have to generate some funds. Then we have to reach potential members, because the growth vitality means you have to grow to reach the potential member who are getting into the engineering or the technical educations or science educations. You have to catch them. So this is one place to catch them, and enhance the awareness among the people who may impact the society, such that some particular topic, that is like whenever last 2 years the medical applications and COVID related things had a huge impact on the society. So if you can spread awareness about those things, so that is the conference is one of the mode. So that is the organizational unit takes into, or they look at, those are the benefits. And the organizer as a person, so organization unit is a abstract thing, and it is consisting of some people, and those are the organizers. What are the organizers looking at? They want to hone their skills in particular areas, management, or maybe mingling with the people, interpersonal relationships, some, and they also must have taken so much. Every day we live, we take so much from the society. So we also have to give back something to the society. So in this process, we help young budding researcher to give them the platform to explore their world. And at the last, but not the least, that is the priority, is the individuals who are participating in the conferences. So they are sharing their work, sharing their views. They are looking at potential people to collaborate. They are getting a published author of IEEE. So, and their growth potentials, all these things you have to ensure. So these are the things, that is the 5 different beneficiaries are there, and these are they are looking at from your conference. So you have to ensure that these things are taken care. And in this process, to do all these things, you have to go through some procedures. So, and this workshop rather, exactly give you the lists of the things that is put up here. And at the end of the day, you should find answers for these questions. And if you are not, so please ask the persons who are delivering these talks. And you should be confident enough, like naming, how to name a conference. Sometimes it depends on many factors. Sometimes it depends on the area you want to cover. It may be impact you create. It may be regional, it may be international, it may be national. All these different aspects are there in naming the conferences. So, but it should carry some meaning to the persons who is reading this conference for the first time. Then location, time, venue, these are very important. Where you want to organize the conference, that makes a lot of difference in the success of the conference. So time, and means what time of the year, means if you want to organize a conference in the very hot summer, and nobody can go out of the AC room, that is not the time to organize a conference. Of course, the venue, it should be comfortable. And if you are trying to organize an international conference, so that connectivity, all these things are there. The next most important thing is the organizing committee. And here we do a lot of mistakes that Madam was suggesting, that we do many corrections, course corrections in this process. Organizing committee should be very specific, and each role of each person should be defined, and probably not a single person more than required should be there. Only some supporting persons or maybe some fallback options should be there, and each person should be responsible. And for the sake of name, you should not add some people that, okay, because this one is there, I should head of my trust should be there in the conference. Yeah, they can be there as a patron and all these things, but organizing committee, like organizing chair, TPC chair, all these posts are not for, it's not ornamental posts. People look at the credential of these people through the internet and search for their credential. If they find that those people are not doing well, or they are not means well cited, or any means they don't have a contribution really to look for, so they feel that this is not a good conference. So you should be very specific about those people, and detail of the technical aspects, in the sense, what are the technical areas you want to take up, what are the areas you want to cover, and what are the specific chapter or sections you should be working with. These are the aspects. And how many papers you are planning to accept, means if it is a 2 days conference, you have some expectation, 3 days or a single day workshops. So you have some expectation. Depending on that, you have to decide. And of course, there is a timeline of the conference, when to do what, and like starting from the announcement, paper submission, then review, all these things, those also has to be worked out. And very important thing is finance. Many conferences fails due to bad financing. or bad finance in the sense projections. They don't know how much to account for what aspect. So the finance chair should be very thorough with these things, and you should be aiming for a target. If you have budgeted some X amount, you should be targeting to generate at least 20% extra because of the uncertainties, and 20% extra is a reasonable amount of surplus that you can use for your subsequent activities. As I told, it is a process to get some fund to run your organization or the organizational unit for the remaining part of the year. Then you have to get into many approval cycles and paper management aspects, how which are the software you are going to use and what type of reviews you are going to get, and all these things are very important. You have to decide. And there are three people's role I have highlighted in black. You can see these are the very important people. All people are important, but these are the at the forefront they are running. Background, many people are working, but forefront they are running. They have to be very meticulous and they have to be prompt. So you roll up TPC and publication chair. Publication chair is the final person who will interact with the MC to get their proceeding published. And role of the finance chair, that's what I told many people, many conferences fails due to bad financing. These are the three people, those are running in the forefront. They'll be interacting with the authors, so they should be very prompt and very proactive. And after all these things, you should understand when to sow the seed. Means if I want to organize such a conference of this nature, then when should I start? So you should look forward to these points or these questions to get answered through our panel that is going to be with you. And I don't know, my screen is frozen. Anyway, there are not much of things to in the next slide. I have only one more slide. So throughout the day, you should look for these answers. And I wish the workshop all the best. And thank you very much for listening me out. And over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing the significance of the workshop and your views on the on organizing the workshop. On behalf of the organizing team of the IEEE Conference Organizers Education Workshop 2022, I would like to present this virtual token of appreciation. Please accept, sir.
Thank you, Jashwant, for this nice moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And note to all the participants, if you have any doubts during the session, please drop them in the chat box so that I can bring that up. And if you want me to unmute you and so that you can ask the question, I can also do that. And please let me know in the chat box. Up next, let us learn about the IEEE conference application process, specifically about the Bangalore section process, which will be explained by Dr. Kiran K, UAC, Exicom member of IEEE Bangalore section. Over to you, Dr. Kiran.
Thank you, Yashwant. Good morning to one and all present here. Before starting, let me thank the chair, Deepa Madam, firstly for giving me an opportunity to serve IEEE Bangalore section as an Exicom member, and secondly, for giving me an opportunity and encouraging me to present a session in this conference organizers workshop. Thank you, Madam. I don't have any slides to share. I will just go through the process of submitting the application. Hope I'm audible.
Yeah,
Yes, sir,
talk
yes.
little louder, Kiran. Talk little louder because this session is very important.
Okay, madam. Yeah. So to apply for an IEEE conference, you'll have to go to the website ieeebangalore.org. When you go to the website, you'll have these tabs. You can go to the resources tab, and in the resources tab, you can find conference co-sponsorship application. So you click on the conference co-sponsorship application. You will get the terms and conditions, the screen, which will give you the terms and conditions for applying for the conference. So you can go through these terms and conditions later. I'll just scroll down. And at the bottom, you can find by submitting the application, you agree to the terms and conditions of IEEE Bangalore section. So you have a blue button which tells submit application. You can click on this button, submit application. When you click on the submit application button, it will take you the application where you can fill in the various fields that are required to submit an application. But this application is maintained by Jira, and to submit the application, you need to have a Jira account. So since I already have a account and I've logged in, I'm getting this screen. If you don't have a Jira account, then you will be prompted to create a user ID and password. That is a very simple process. That is a very simple and straightforward process. Anyway, I have some screenshots. Let me just show you. So you will be asked to enter your email ID to log into the IEEE Bangalore Help Center. You can enter any email ID here. So once you enter an email ID, a link will be sent to your email. Okay. So you can go to your email and click on that link. So the link tells something like follow the link below to finish signing up to IEEE Bangalore Help Center. And when you tell sign up, you will get this screen wherein you can give your name and choose a password. Once this is done, you are signed up to the Jira application, and this screen will appear where you can see 4 options: submit a request or incident, ask a question, conference co-sponsorship application, student branch reimbursement. So the third one, conference co-sponsorship application, you click and the screen will appear. So this is where you're going to fill all the details that are required for submitting an application to request IEEE Bangalore section to conduct the conference. There are some additional conditions for financial co-sponsorship. We'll come to this little later. We'll start with the various fields that are present in the application. So the first one is the name of the organizer. So you can enter the name of the organizer, which can be an individual, a college, the student branch, the chapter, whoever is organizing. Then the email ID of the organizer, phone number of the organizer, and conference type. In the description, you can give a brief description about the conference. It is suggested that you conduct the conference on a specific topic rather than a conclave of conferences wherein you have a wide range of topics, including computer science, electronics, mechanical, electrical, and all these things. Instead of that, you can concentrate on one specific topic and you can describe the conference in brief in this particular box, wherein you talk about the theme of conference, the various tracks. All such things can be included in this description box. The next field is IEEE Bangalore section gives 2 types of co-sponsorship. One is technical co-sponsorship and the other one is financial co-sponsorship. You can select which one of these you are looking for, whether technical co-sponsorship or financial co-sponsorship. Now we'll come up here because this is relevant to technical and financial co-sponsorship. IEEE Bangalore section, as the chair already told, has 3 different categories of fees. The first one is the processing fees of rupees 25,000 plus GST. So this is a non-refundable deposit. But for this, the Bangalore section will depute 2 execom members. And like ma'am already told, it will give 2.
Kiran, in between it is low.
Okay, madam.
Yeah, now it is okay.
It will give you 2 Bangalore section free e-notices and the reviewing process. So all these things are included in the 25,000 plus GST, which we are charging. And the next fee is the caution deposit, $1450, $1,450 US dollars. This is a refundable deposit. be returned after the conduction of the conference. And third is for the papers that are published in IEEE Explore, $22 per paper will be charged. So these are the three different categories of fees that are charged by IEEE. And out of this, for technical co-sponsorship, all the three needs to be paid. For financial co-sponsorship, the caution deposit need not be paid, and per paper $22 need not be paid. However, the 25,000 plus GST, which is a processing fee, need to be paid by all, whether you are opting for technical.
Kiran, in between it is low, very low.
I'm not moving, madam. I'm not moving in any direction. I don't know why it is.
Yeah. Let me clear one point here. Financial co-sponsorship, only one or two will be given for per year. Okay. Mostly we give technical co-sponsorship only. FCS is given very, very sparingly. Okay, Kiran, continue. Talk
Okay.
loudly.
Okay, madam. I'm talking loud. I don't know why the voice is.
Yeah.
Okay, next, the conference start date and the end date. It is required for you to plan for the IEEE conference at least 1 to 1.5 years in advance, because we need time for processing the application and giving approval, and then you need to have time for the paper publications, acceptance notification, camera ready copy, and all these things. So therefore, we suggest that you plan for the conference at least 1 to 1.5 year in advance, so that we can have enough time to process the conference. And the next important thing is the website. So the website needs to be fully updated by the time you submit the application with all relevant information. So the website should have the title of the conference, the venue, dates of the conference. One important thing that you should remember is nowhere in the website you can use IEEE logos or any such things until the approval is given. Only after the approval you can include the IEEE logo and mention about papers being published in Explorer. In the beginning, the other relevant details must be present in the website without. And you have to mention about first the organizing committee, the publication committee, all these committee members needs to be mentioned in the website. And you need to mention about the dates of the various dates, that is the last date of the acceptance of the papers, notification of acceptance, date for camera ready copy. And we insist that there be at least 4 weeks of gap between the last date of submission of the papers and notification. So if the time period is less than 4 weeks, then it may not be possible for us to have a very good quality conference. So therefore we insist that you have at least 4 weeks of gap between the last date of submission of the paper and the fees. The registration fee needs to be mentioned very clearly, and we insist that the fees be as low as possible. Like the chair madam told, let the fee for the graduate students be as less as possible, so that we can encourage them to participate. And let there be separate categories for the authors of the papers and others. And one important keep in mind is, it is suggested that it is required that the registration fee for IEEE members be 30% less than non-IEEE members. So you have to make sure that suppose if the fees for non-IEEE members is 10,000, then the fee for IEEE members should be 7,000 or less than that. There should be a 30% difference between the registration non-IEEE members. And in the website you can't mention the papers will be published in. Even after the approval, you can only mention
Kiran Kerala.
Madam, now
Now okay.
ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಏನೋ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಅದು ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಏನಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಲ್ಲ.
Okay.
So I'm sorry for that. So you can only mention that all accepted and presented papers will be submitted for the possible inclusion in IEEE Explorer digital library and forwarded for possible indexing in Scopus. This also can be included only after the approval. So until then, these things cannot be mentioned in the website. Next is the venue of the conference. Then whatever conference includes, whichever is applicable to your conference. Okay, this is a checkbox. Oral paper presentation, poster paper presentation, workshops, tutorials, hands-on training, exhibit. So multiple things can be applicable to your conference, so you can choose more than one. Then recurring conference, which is a yes or no question, that is whether the conference happens every year. So if it happens every year, then it is a recurring conference. You can tell yes, otherwise you can tell no. Expected paper submissions, how many papers you are expecting to receive for the conference. Selection criteria of papers. So here briefly you can explain about what is the criteria that you are following to select papers. Here you should keep in mind to maintain the quality of the conference, since it is a IEEE prestigious conference. So you have to have some selection criteria so that the standard of the conference will be maintained. So that you can mention briefly over here. Then how are the papers reviewed? So there have to be minimum 3 blind reviews for each paper, and how you are reviewing can be selected. Once again, this is a checkbox: full paper, abstract, extended abstract, single blind, and double blind. So you can mention whether you are reviewing the full paper or only the abstract or extended abstract, and you can mention whether you are getting it reviewed single blind or double blind. So single blind is where the authors will not get to know who the reviewer is, but the reviewer will know who the author is. So that is single blind. Double blind, even the author will not know, even the reviewer will not know who the author is. So that is what is meant by double blind. So we expect, say, one from the first 3 and one from the second 2 be selected in this, so that we will know whether you are getting single blind reviewed of the full paper or only the abstract or the extended abstract or whatever it is. So this can be selected. Acceptance target. The number of papers that you have received, what is the percentage of papers that you are planning to accept? Number of reviewers on each paper, I have already told you. We need at least 3 reviewers if possible, and if you want, you can have more than 3 reviewers, but we want at least 3 reviewers from the section. Whether PhD students will be involved in the review process, once again, this is a yes or no question. You can just mention whether you are involving the PhD students or not. Conflict management plan, once again, a brief description about how you are going to address the conflict of interest and how you are going to resolve, if at all a conflict arises, can be mentioned briefly over here. Will papers having similarity under 30% be accepted? So we don't encourage papers with more than 30% of similarity to be accepted in IEEE conferences. So we want to know what is the percentage of similarity that you are allowing in your conference to accept the papers. Does the institution have a IEEE student branch? That you have a very, like Madam told, a healthy IEEE student branch with a minimum of 30 students must be there in
Kerala. Yes.
At least 30 student members must be there in the branch with few professional members at least. So this is the requirement from the section. If yes, whether the host institution IEEE student branch has agreed to technically or financially co-sponsor. So if the student branch, if the institution is organizing the conference, whether the student branch has agreed to technically co-sponsor or financially co-sponsor, that you can mention here. and if it has agreed, whether it has agreed to co-sponsor technically or financially, once again it is a checkbox. You can select it. Then we have the attachments in support of the proposal. So what attachments can you attach here? The first thing is the conference organizers workshop certificate. We insist that at least 1 or 2 of the conference organizers attend the conference organizers workshop and submit their certificates. So those certificates can be attached over here. You can you are required to include execom members in the organizing committee. So the mails that you have communicated to the organizing committee, so those things can be attached here. And the host institution must be supporting in the conduction of the conference. So the letter stating that the host institution is supporting conduction of the conference. So such documents and any online IEEE courses that the organizers might have done can be attached in this particular place. You can either drag and drop, or you can browse and select the documents and attach over here. So here comes the committee, organizing committee members, the general chairs, technical program chairs, publication chairs, finance chairs. Okay, so here we insist that the branch counselor of the organization student branch be included in any one of the key roles, and it can be mentioned over here. So in the application, you can mention who is the branch counselor, because sometimes we will not know who is the branch counselor, even though the branch counselor is included in one of these committees. So you make sure that you include the branch counselor in any one of the committees and mention in the application over here how many of the organization committee members have completed conference organizers workshop or online courses. So here many members of the organizing committee have attended this this workshop, and their certificates need to be uploaded. Do you have any IEEE execom IEEE section execom member in your technical program chair or publication chair? So you need to have 2 members from the IEEE execom Bangalore section to be included in your conference or committees. So you can mention whether you have included or not. So that is what I told. You can, instead of including their names directly, you need to take consent from the execom members by writing a mail to them, and their confirmation, the mail and the confirmation can be sent as attachments to us, so that we will know that the execom members have accepted. Any other technical sponsors you have, you can mention, you can give details about those technical sponsors in the next field. And the last field, if at all you are requesting for financial co-sponsorship, what is the percentage of sponsorship that you are sharing with the IEEE Bangalore section, the organization and the Bangalore section? So these details you can fill and click on the send button. The application will be submitted to Bangalore section. At Bangalore section, we have a committee. The committee will review the application, and if there are any clarifications, if any data is missing, we will write back in the Jira application. So mails will be sent, and even in the application, you can see what comments the committee has given, and you can comply with the requirements from the Bangalore section. So this may happen depending upon how long you take to comply all the requirements from the Bangalore section. So once everything is through, the committee will approve the application, and the application will go to the chair. So the chair once again will review the application, and the chair also has to approve. After the chair approves, you will be getting a mail telling that your application for co-sponsorship, and you will be required to pay the fees, whatever was told in the beginning. You have to pay the required fees for whatever co-sponsorship you are opting, and then once the payment is verified by the Bangalore section, you can proceed to submit the application to the MCE. So submitting the application to MCE will be explained by Dr. Parmeshwarachari sir, and winding up, like the chair already told, from this time, we are planning to send 2 branch councillors or execom members as observers to the conference. And one more thing, after the conference is approved, the organizing committee has to report every fortnight the progress of the activities related to the conference to the Bangalore section. All these things can be done through the Jira application. And one more thing that we notice every time is sometimes the organizers tell that they didn't get the mail. In that case, they can check the spam, because sometimes the mail would have gone to spam. And even in that case, if you have not received the mail, or if there is some issue with that, you can log into the Jira application, and there all the communications, the history of all the communications that has happened from the time of submitting the application there. So you can see there and you can respond to the queries. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kiran. I'll add 1 or 2 points. So kindly answer the queries through Jira only. Don't send us personal mails and call us. It is of no use. You have to answer the queries in the application only. Log in and then answer the queries or solve the queries. Okay. And FCS, about FCS, go to Bangalore section website. Along with the application, there is FCS conditions also. They are very stringent, not that easy to satisfy. When you satisfy, then only 1 or 2 colleges only per year we are supporting FCS. Okay, kindly go through FCS conditions in the website. The plagiarism check below 30% similarity you have to accept. So at least one single blind review necessary of the full paper. Okay, double blind, all the more better. Single blind full paper have to be reviewed. Any other doubt? You are posing some questions in the chat box. I think I answered most of them. Others I can take little later.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Kiran, for sharing your insights about the application process of the IEEE Bangalore section. And I will also like to thank Dr. P. Deepashanai for taking up the questions herself and making my job easier. Thank you, ma'am. So now
Thank
let
you,
us
and I'm
learn.
sorry, once again, I'm sorry, my audio, there was some issue with my audio. Hope you people have understood. You have any queries, you can get back to us later. I thank Bangalore section for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Kiran, on behalf of the organizing team of the IEEE conference organizers education.
Yashwant, go to next slide.
Yeah. Dr. Kiran, on behalf of organizing team of IEEE COEW 2022, would like to present this virtual token of appreciation. Thank you so much for having with us, being with us, and sharing your views. Thank you, sir. A kind note to all the participants. So the certificates will be, the link to download the certificates will be given in the chat box at the end of the session, that is at 3 p.m. IST. So the certificates will not be mailed to the participants. Please be here in this session and download your certificates at the end of the session, that is at 3 p.m. IST. Okay, now let us learn about the application process for HQ or MCE by Dr. Parameshachari BD, G++ IETW, Chair, IEEE Mysore Subsection. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Yashwant. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir. We are able to hear you properly.
Okay. So good morning, one and all. So first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the chair of IEEE Bangalore section, Dr. Deepashanai, and also the subsection chairs, Dr. Purnalata from IEEE Mangalore subsection, and Dr. Basura Janami from North Karnataka subsection, and all the execom members of all the subsections and IEEE Bangalore section. So today, just I would like to brief out the how to apply the IEEE conference application to the IEEE headquarter. So after getting the approval from IEEE Bangalore section, either the technical course sponsorship and the financial sponsorship. So already Madam has mentioned, generally all colleges and the student branches will get the technical course sponsorship. So before starting the conference application, we have to review the conference application checklist and each step of the registration process and clearly identified by the topic, and by gathering information before you start, you can enter the information more quickly. And if you don't have all the information at once, you can save your application and return later to complete it. The conference application is typically submitted 12 to 8 months prior to the conference. Okay, so this is very important. So planning the conference, we have to 12 to 8 months in advance of the conference start date. Okay, what are the after my presentation, you may able to understand the key elements in the conference planning process and overall the timeline, and understand what are the steps are required to complete before starting the IEEE conference application, and also to understand how to complete the IEEE conference application, and you will understand how to apply the conference publication program, which includes the conference papers of your conference papers to be published in the IEEE Explore, and how MCE can support. So these are the checklist before starting the conference application, and generally we have 7 steps in the conference application. So actually this is similar to the application which you are going to submit in the IEEE Bangalore section application. So first step will be the submitter information, and the second will be the about the event, and the third step will be the about location, and fourth is the conference sponsors. So this is very important, conference sponsors, and the later technical program, then the conference contacts, and then finally, if you have any comments to the MCE, you can enter at the end of the application before submitting to the application. Actually, we suggest to review the IEEE conference application checklist before trying to complete the conference application form. It will outline all the information that you need to submit your conference, such as items listed actually in this slide. So actually, what is this conference application? It is the online form of the conference organizers to complete to express their intentions of registering their conference with IEEE, and also the information collected will be commemorated in an agreement between all the conference sponsors. So actually, you will. This is the link to get the conference application online. This is the link of the conference application, so that you have to post. I mean, you can put it in the Google Chrome. You can get the conference application online. So while putting this link, you will get this this slide. I mean, this page. Okay. So first you have to start the new application. Suppose if you are already started the application, then you can just enter the conference record of your conference. So then you can just click on the continue. Suppose if you already submitted the application, so then you can check the status of the application also using the conference record number provided by the IEEE. So this is the conference application actually. So the first one, if I click on to that link, you will get the new page and start the application. So if you already started the application, you can, if you want to continue, I mean, if you want to submit the final application, then you can use this one. And if you want to check the status, just enter the conference record number. Okay. So what actually it is very important is this application serves the official intention of the partnership with the IEEE, and also the approval of this application is kicks off planning other areas of your conference, which includes the finance, publication contacts, and the logistics and etc. Okay. The first step one is the submitted information. So just you have to enter your name. Who is this generally this application will be submitted by the technical program chair or the general chair of your conference. So you can able to submit the application. So just we have to enter the name and the first name, last name, email ID, and the mobile number. So this is simple. The first step is very simple. And the second step, you are as similar to the Bangalore section. So whatever the name you are entered in the Bangalore section, the same name you have to use the conference name, conference acronym, and the short name. So the event type, the conference, and then conference URL, and the start date of the conference and end date of the conference. You have to enter the keywords. Use these actually these keywords are very important. Used by the potential attendees of the to find the conference on IEEE conference search that they want to attend. Okay. So and then scope of the conference. Okay. So scope of the conference you can enter, and then field of interest. So based on your title, you can select the field of interest from the drop downs here. Okay. So and also you have to enter the estimated attendees of your conference, and you can just click on if there is any exhibits are there. Otherwise, just you can leave blank. And then conference location, you just enter the country and the city of the conference. So next, in the third step, it is the location. So location means suppose if you are conducting the conference in college, so just name of the college and the address and the postal code. And also it is one possibility is there, you can add the venue contact. I mean, the person who is in charge of this venue also it is possible, you can enter. So next is the conference sponsors. So this is very important. So as financial sponsorship is very difficult to get it from the IEEE Bangalore section. So we can go for technical sponsorship. Okay, so for the technical co-sponsorship here, so you can just enter the unlisted sponsor name. Okay, just type the name here. It will display here. Then IEEE Bangalore section also. Okay, so then you see if you are taking the technical co-sponsorship from the IEEE Bangalore section, so the IEEE financial share from the IEEE Bangalore section is 0%. So your college will be the 100%. Okay, so then you have to enter the before starting. I mean, if you want, you can add any of the society. That society will be discussed by the Mr. Dr. Prashant Mishra. I will highlight. Okay, so suppose if you are using any of the society, then you have to enter that also. So that society is also 0% financial share. So your college will be the 100%. If you are taking technical co-sponsorship from the IEEE organizational unit, so that is the organizational unit part is 0%, and your college financial sponsorship is the 100%. Okay, so if the financial sponsorship of the IEEE organizational unit, so you need to enter the 100%. Okay, so before entering this sponsor's name here, you have to better to reach your sponsors before starting this application, so that you clearly understand their review process. Okay, actually, what is the benefit of this technical sponsorship or the financial sponsorship is you can promote your conference by utilizing this IEEE brand and IEEE logo, brand usage guidelines apply, and your conference will appear in the IEEE conference search promote and IEEE sponsorship in your call for papers. And also you can apply for the IEEE conference publication program to be published in the IEEE Explore. Okay, so then later you have to enter the non-signatory name, and the signatory is the person authorized to enter into legal agreements of the conference. So next we have to go for conference financial information. So you need to enter the estimated revenue and the estimated expense and the currency type. You have to select the drop down will come here. Okay, you can select INR. So then enter the committee information. See whether plans to produce the the committee here. It includes who has the authority to operate the conference, who is an oversight committee, and who appoints the conference chairs, and who approves the budgets, and who establishes the registration fees. That and all you need to enter here. And see this is, and also you have to describe how each sponsor will help you to involve in the technical committee, and whether the technical committee is having all the sponsors are representing, so that you need to take it down. Already Mr. Kiran has explained. So IEEE Bangalore section EXICOM members, you will be one of the at least two members. You have to put it in your TPC committee or the publication committee. So you have to approach them, and after the getting approval from the EXICOM members, so you can use their name in the conference application process. So next is the technical program. So this is very important, and we have to select this. Will this conference produce the conference publication? So you have to always select yes. And will IEEE own cooperate yes? Will you request a publication for your conference proceedings in IEEE Explore? Yes. So this is very important in the step 5. Okay. So one more is here. So almost this application is similar to the Bangalore section application, which Kiran has explained. So what materials is being reviewed? So you have to select full paper only. You don't select abstract. You have to select full paper only. Okay. So what type of review is being performed? Here we have some drop downs will come. So blind review, double blind review, like that. So you can select blind review or the double blind review, and you have to enter what is the estimated number of submitted papers, and what is the target acceptance rate of the submitting papers. So target acceptance paper also better to put 30%. Yeah. So generally the IEEE will allow like that. So generally the 30% acceptance rate. So how many reviewers will be associated with this conference you have to enter, and how many reviewers will review each paper. So generally 3 reviews will be done for each paper. Okay. So then what is the criteria to will be used to reviewer to evaluate the submissions that you have to enter here. Suppose if you are using any PhD student for the reviewers, so you have to enter, and how will ensure all accepted papers will be presented, and this you need to explain in the conference application. Okay. So next in the step 6, it is very very important. So here you have to enter the who is the conference chair, and who is the conference treasurer, and who is the information contact, and the publication chair, and the technical program chair, and any of the organizing chair. You have to select others. Okay. So you have to enter his name, designation, and the mobile number and the email ID of each chair, conference chairs of your conference. Okay. So next we have to go for next step, that is the comments. If you have any comments to the IEEE MCE, you have to enter. So otherwise it is not necessary. Okay. So then you have to submit the application. Okay. Once you can preview the application before submitting. So the preview option will be there. So you can check what are the details you have entered. So whether it is correct or not, you have to verify once, and then you can submit the application. Okay. So once you submitted the application, you receive an email saying that your application has been, congratulations, your application has been submitted. Okay. So after submitting the application, the IEEE MCE meetings, conference, and events group will review the conference application. So if any issues in the application, they will contact you directly. So if there is any issues, they will generate the MOU. So that is Memorandum of Understanding. So what actually the Memorandum of Understanding? It is describes the bilateral or multilateral agreement between the 2 or more parties. So what are the sponsors you are listed in the step 4, the conference sponsors? So they will send an MOU to all the sponsors. So each sponsors need to go through that application. I mean the MOU sent by the IEEE, you have to approve or decline. Okay. So if you choose the decline, you have to enter the reason for declining the MOU. So then if it is approved by all the, because that's why I told, so better before applying the conference sponsor's name in the application, so you have to contact the sponsors. Okay. So after sending the MOU to the each sponsors, after approving all the sponsors, then you will get the endorse. I mean, after endorsing by the all the sponsors, so then you will get an approval notification. So then conference chair or the application submitter and all the sponsors will receive the email approval notification. So this link, that email will contain the link to fully executed MOU for the records and IEEE conference operations will then a congratulation email sent to all the conference contacts. So after approving this conference application, once your conference is approved, it is officially registered with IEEE, and your conference will appear in the IEEE search, promote IEEE sponsorship in call for papers, and conference appears online in the IEEE conference search, and you are eligible to join for the conference publication program. And this MCE as a team of experts is available to assist with the other aspects of your conference and needs meeting with the logistics or the registration and the finance of the ETC. Okay, so once your conference is approved, so you're able to go for IEEE conference publication program, then you need to register for the IEEE PDF Express, and then you have to register for the IEEE electronic copyright registration, and then you have to register for the IEEE cross check. Okay, so this is the conference timeline. So you have to confirm all the sponsors and submit the conference application. The IEEE will review the application and produces the MOU, and will send to all these conference sponsors for reviewer and approval. And all the sponsor will approve. IEEE approves the conference and send post to the IEEE conference search and call for paper listing. So organizers submit the IEEE publication program if intending to request the publication in the IEEE Explore, then MC. Okay, thank you for your patience listening. So if any clarifications, it's open for you.
Parmeshwaracharya, I want to add one point.
Yes, ma'am.
This MC application and the application the organizers they submit to IEEE Bangalore section, they should be same. There should not be any difference between that application and this application.
Yes.
Because when it comes to the chair for the final approval, if they are different, then it is a problem. Kindly see that the content should be same.
Yes. Yeah, whatever the contents you submitted to the IEEE Bangalore section, you have to submit the same content to the IEEE MC as well.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Parameshachari, for sharing your insights about the application process for HQRMC. So on behalf of the organizing team of IEEE Conference Organizers Education Workshop 2022, I would like to present this virtual token of appreciation. Please accept.
Yeah, thank you, Ashwin. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Up next, after gaining the knowledge on the application process, now let us learn about the conference planning and team building by Dr. Sudarshan P. Kulkarni, JSSTU Chair-elect, IEEE Mysore Subsection. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ashwant. Let me share my screen.
So can you speak a little louder because your voice is a little feeble.
Good morning to all the participants, officials of IEEE Bangalore section, IEEE Mysore subsection, IEEE North Karnataka subsection, and IEEE Mangalore subsection. Thank you for the opportunity. So I'll be discussing about conference planning and team building for the purpose of organizing any IEEE conference. So myself, Dr. Sudarshan Patil Kulkarni, I'm the organizing chair of IEEE Mysore Con 2022. So I'll be speaking from the fresh experience of how to plan a conference and organize. So two important resources that you will require when you plan a conference are one is the Center for Leadership Excellence website of the IEEE. So this website contains various resources for the various committees and the important officials who will be organizing any conference. So as you might be aware, any conference requires a set of committees and various chairs. Okay, so that is the organizing chair, technical program committee, so a chair for a technical program committee, publication committee, a chair for a publication committee, so on and so forth. There will be a publicity committee, there will be a financial committee, and like that. So you need to build teams or committees for each of these. So what are the roles and responsibilities of the committees and the officials involved? So the required resources are available in this website, ieelearning.org/CLE. So I request you to go through this later. And the second one is, of course, ieeemc.org. So Parmesha Chari sir discussed about the application process. Besides the application process, this website also contains a lot of resources about how to organize a work conference and what is the timeline, how to plan, etc. So this is another important resource for you to organize conference. Okay. So broadly, the agenda of my session are what are the reasons to run a conference, what is the timing involved, what are the goals and objectives for organizing a conference, and what are some of the tips in planning a conference. So why do we want to run a conference? So as we all know, our motto of IEEE is to benefit humanity for the advancement of engineering and technology. And we want to create forums for idea sharing and discussion. And with this conference, everybody will get exposure to the IEEE brand, and it will help in the growth of IEEE. It will sustain the IEEE Explore as a premier content source, because whatever technical presentations happen will end up as a publication and in the database of IEEE Explore. Then, of course, there is an element of resource generation involved that should help your student chapter as well as subsections and section to grow in terms of revenue to conduct further activities. And IEEE will get the intellectual property in terms of copyrights and etc. So it will be a benefit to both the participants as well as the IEEE. So as I said, student chapter, subsection, and IEEE Bangalore section, all are the organization units within the IEEE. And any conference that we organize will bring reputation to all these organization units. Okay, so this is what we should keep in mind when we organize an IEEE conference. Okay, so by organizing a conference, we'll be reaching potential new members. We will create member engagement opportunities. That is, the members will be exposed to various technical topics. There will be networking among the members. We will be attracting new members. A new collaboration may emerge in terms of between the academia and the industry, and between various institutions, academic institutions, and various organization units of IEEE. It will enhance the awareness, credibility, and esteem of all the units of IEEE. Okay. So as far as organizers are concerned, you as an organizer, you will be developing skills of organizing a mega event like a IEEE conference. You will be providing opportunities for others to showcase their knowledge and skills. And you will be basically serving the society and the community. And the whole experience of organizing a conference is going to be very enriching and joyful. So the broad goals and objectives for any individual is he or she will be able to share their work with the peers and they will be able to get their feedback. Your work will become published and it will be recognized. You will be able to connect with the colleagues of similar interest, and you'll be able to connect with the community, whatever your domain area, be it signal processing, communication, robotics, whatever, you'll be able to connect with that community and you'll be able to utilize that networking to grow further. And you'll be able to identify the potential collaborators, be it in the academia or in the industry. To organize this conference, okay, so the first need is to provide opportunities for the members, okay, to share their research. So who are the audience? Okay. So when you plan a conference, you identify your audience. Okay. So typically it is the research scholars community, the student community, and professors and the industry. Okay. You may have a conference targeting only a particular domain. Okay. About that, the next session, Prashant Mishra sir will be discussing more in detail. That is something focused on a particular domain with support of society, IEEE society. Okay? So that's also possible. Okay? But if you are doing a conference for the first time, we would advise you to do a conference that will reach wider audience across various domains. Okay? So that way you will be able to reach more people and attract more audience. So another basic thing is building your team. Okay? As I said, to organize a conference, you need various committees. Okay, on the top there will be steering committee, then the technical program committee, then publication committee, publicity committee, and finance committee. Okay, apart from this, to run your local logistics, there will be various subcommittees to take care of the hosts, to take care of the local, preparing the auditorium, food, hosting the lunch, providing refreshments to the participants. So there there's a whole lot of minor things you will have to keep in mind while you are organizing the conference. So there will be a lot of small things that you need to plan. So to execute all this, you need a very good committee, which is skillful in their respective jobs, and it's also coordinating and working in a harmony. Okay, everybody should be able to work together. So whenever you build this committee, build your team, you need to keep in mind all this. You will need people from academia as well as industry, etc. And most importantly, IEEE Bangalore section has people who have a vast experience in organizing a conference. So when you build a committee, make sure that your committee has members from the IEEE section, okay, IEEE Bangalore section. Okay. So that will also help your application in getting approved. That if the IEEE headquarters sees that your committee has experienced members from the IEEE, they will be willing to approve your application. You also need to do a proper financial planning. Okay? You need to understand what resources are required. So you need to make a budget. Okay? So the budget involves all the organizing, whether it could be your auditorium, you need rooms to run the sessions. You need to host the keynote speakers, okay, plenary speakers, and you also need to host the participants. So various resources are required. So what is the budget for all this? Okay, you may gain some income through paper registration and etc. So you need to look at the break even. Okay, how much the income you may get in terms of registration or the sponsorship from the industry, etc. Or your organization, your college may be giving some seed money. Okay, so that is another income. Okay, so compared to the income, what is going to be your expenditure? Okay, if you have some break even and surplus, you can use that surplus for organizing conference in the next year. So you need to keep all this in mind while organizing the conference. Okay. So who are your collaborators for the conference? So you need to evaluate the sponsors. You need to seek for the sponsors, appropriate sponsors related to typically the technical conference that you are doing. It's always helpful if they are all they are also from the industry of the similar domain. Okay, so that both you and the sponsor both will benefit from the conference. Okay. So make sure that you get the money in time to run the conference, and you may have to provide some space to the sponsor within the conference, to maybe to market their products, etc. You also have to do a proper market analysis that when are you going to conduct this conference. Okay, so make sure that the timing of the conference is right. Okay, make sure that it is not conflicting with another IEEE conference. That is very important because your conference should attract maximum number of papers. So you need to organize the conference so that the faculty are not busy with their exams, okay, and it is not clashing with another big event, big technical event, another IEEE conference, etc. So all these things you need to keep in mind when you organize the conference. Okay, what is the good proper timing to organize this conference? Okay, so avoid competition. So you need to also keep in mind the size of the conference, how many participants you are expecting, and so accordingly, what should be the committee size, the quality of the committee, etc. So you need to keep in mind the organization structure. So as it's been already discussed, the whole process requires a good 1 year to 1.5 year time to plan and execute this properly. Okay. So if the conference is even larger, involving like 500 people or so, then it requires much more proper planning. So plan in advance is the advice. So you need to submit the IEEE conference application a minimum of 12 months in advance. So the whole planning goes like this. Okay. So what is the goal of your student chapter? What is the idea? What is the scope of the conference? Okay. What technical domains you want to involve? Like what will be the tracks? Okay. You identify the tracks. One on communication, one on robotics, one on signal processing. So like that, you identify the domains, and accordingly you build the team. Okay, so the various committees and the chairs. Okay, so always look for experienced people as chair of all the committees. Make sure that they have experience in that particular domain. For example, if it's a publication chair, so if the person has already some experience, okay, you can take somebody from IEEE Bangalore section as the chair and make somebody from your student chapter as the co-chair, so that the co-chair will get the experience, and then the next year he can become the chair. Okay, so you need to plan accordingly. Then you need to draft the budget. Then you need to look for the potential sponsors. Okay, it could be another IEEE society, or it could be an industry, etc. So determine what is the approval process and the timing. Okay, as you said, it typically takes 6 months to get your application approved, right? So you need to plan accordingly, and you need to reach the sponsorship, have a MOU with the sponsor. So what is a mutual understanding between the conference organizers and the sponsors? So that need to be very clear, especially when it comes to non-IEEE sponsors. So evaluate them properly, that they are suitable for your conference. Okay, define certain criteria, screen the potential sponsors, and come to a proper agreement. And then you need to plan the location, venue, and what is the various activities that will be involved in the conference. There has to be a registration committee. There has to be publicity communications committee. Then there has to be a marketing committee, etc. So you need to plan all these small committees to make sure that the activities on the conference days go smoothly. Okay, so there will be committees which will be which will have a heavy responsibility before the conference, and there will be committees which will have heavy responsibilities during the conference, and there will be committees which require post conference, right? So the planning committees, technical program committee, all these will have more responsibilities before the conference, because they need to invite the reviewers and get the papers reviewed, etc. Right? So that's all before the conference, and during the conference to execute, various subcommittees for hosting the speakers, etc. So all that is during the conference. Then after the conference comes the responsibility of the publication committee. They need to make sure that all the papers are properly formatted in the IEEE format and submitted to IEEE headquarters, right? So, so all these have to be coordinated properly. So one way to organize the conference in a systematic way is to quantify what are your goals. Okay? By quantifying, I mean you need to have a expectation on what are the numbers of papers that you are expecting, and out of those papers submitted, how many are likely to be accepted. Okay, what are the number of attendees, authors, exhibitors, patrons, and reviewers and volunteers? Okay, and what is the expenditure and the revenue you are expecting? Okay, how many IEEE members will be involved in the conference? And what are the potential for new IEEE membership? What will be the industry representation? What will be the women representation? How many young professionals will be participating and getting benefit? Okay, what is the press coverage? Whether there will be mileage in terms of social media activity. So all these you need to quantify so that it will give you a clear picture about how to go about planning the conference. In terms of qualitative expectations, okay, so your student chapter will be learning and attaining skills. There will be overall event quality will be enhanced because it's according to the IEEE standards. There will be outstanding networking events. There will be prominent keynote speakers will come and present their cutting edge research. There will be prestigious sponsors involved. There will be professional development of both the faculty and industry employees. There will be scope for site tours. That is, in your city, if there are some attractive places, then the participants can go as a community, and that will also be an opportunity for knowing each other better and networking. It will be effective sponsor coordination and working relationship so that you can organize further activities. Cutting edge topics will be discussed, and high quality conference proceedings will come out of your conference, and your student chapter will get discussed in the social media and various platforms. So planning requires critical thinking. So develop a detailed conference plan, define the conference point of difference and what makes your conference different and unique. Okay, so define your conference so that it stands out of various other conferences. So define the goals and objectives, create management plan and structure. As I said, have a proper structure of various committees, reviewers, have a combination of both experienced and learning members, okay, so that everybody gets benefited. Identify the candidates for the key roles. This is very important. Okay, so each committee should have members with the experience as a senior role and learning members as the junior role. So you can make what are the strengths and weakness of your student chapter, and then bring in the external members wherever you have the gaps. Okay. So as I said, it's always good to have IEEE Bangalore section members in all the committees. Then, as I said, financial planning, you'll have to draft the budget. If there is a seed money from the section or your college, etc., then identify the revenues and identify the expenditure and identify the areas of concern. Okay, is there the possibility that there will be less registrations, etc.? So you need to evaluate all this. Okay, define the conference tool set like financial management, paper management, paper format, copyright collection registration, and plagiarism screening. Okay, that's a very important responsibility of the publication committee, that all the papers accepted are in the proper IEEE format. The copyright forms have been signed by the authors, and all this need to be collected. A proper plagiarism screening has to be done, and finally need to, before submitting to the IEEE headquarters. Okay, so identify the co-sponsors, contributors, exhibitors, volunteers. Okay, identify the location and venue needs. Okay, whether your auditorium is big enough to accommodate all the participants. Okay, is it located in a reachable location? Okay, and do you have a proper publicity committee to do the proper communication and marketing of your conference? Okay, take care of the whole registration process. Okay, typically IEEE conferences will be associated with some of the conference management tools that are available. For example, Microsoft Management Tool, etc. So IEEE Bangalore section will definitely help you in identifying that. So the whole registration paper submission process, review process, and the registration process, everything happens through this management tool. So make sure that you have a good management tool to take care of this registration process. Okay. So the whole planning process can be summarized that you need at least 1 year to 1.5 years to plan in advance to execute this properly. Clearly define the goals and objectives of the conference. Make sure it is unique, stands out, and take the time to define your target market, who are your audience, and develop a conference plan. Build committees with balanced, experienced, and as well as actively learning members. Evaluate the number of people required to execute the conference. Okay, how many committee members, how many reviewers, what are the skill sets for the reviewers, etc. Then develop a draft budget, identify what are the sources of income, identify what are the expenditures involved. Okay, try to have a break-even surplus so that will help you in your further activities. So there is a video available on the IEEE website on the planning. So I'll just share the chat box link. You can watch it in your leisure time. It's nearly 26 minutes. So with that, I end my session. I thank organizers for giving me opportunity to explain about the IEEE conference planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kulkarni, for sharing your view on planning for a conference and building the great team. Well, we all know that teamwork always wins, right? So now let us hear about IEEE Bangalore section and society or chapter collaboration for conference applications from Dr. Prashant Mishra, TCS Vice Chair, IEEE Bangalore section. But before that, on behalf of our organizing team of IEEE Conference Organizers Education Workshop, would like to thank Dr. Kulkarni and present this virtual token of appreciation. Thank you so much, sir. Now let us hear from Dr. Prashant Mishra about the society and chapter collaboration for the conference application. Over to you, Dr. Prashant.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. Just acknowledge if I'm audible or not.
Yes, sir, I'm able to hear you. We are able to hear
Great.
you
Okay.
clearly.
Sure. Thank you very much, Yashwant. First of all, apologies if you find my connection going bad intermittently. I'm in a holiday spot, so that's why you may face I may face a bit of challenge, but I am doing my best here to get to a place where I believe the network connectivity is good and there is not much of ambient noise here. Okay. So without much ado, let me begin with my presentation, which is about how does a society chapter and IEEE Bangalore section collaborate in doing a conference, and how do they go ahead with a conference application. Okay. So I have a very short presentation because part of the matter is that I think this is the first time we are trying to, while this mode did exist in the past, this is the first time probably we are trying to present this mode to the larger audience, so that each and every one of you are aware that such a mode does exist and can work, provided that the scopes and aspirations of both the Bangalore section and the respective society chapter are taken into consideration to the best possible extent, right? So Yashwant, let's move to the next slide. Yeah. So So the first question that you may want to ask is that can IEEE Bangalore section and society chapters co-sponsor conferences? So the answer is yes. There's nothing that stops us from collaborating and organizing a conference together, provided that the conference theme and scope falls within the technical area of the society chapter. Okay. As you know, we have more than 40 society chapters in Bangalore section. And each of the society chapters is dedicated to championing a particular technical theme or area. So while section can accommodate a large portfolio given its breadth that it covers, society chapters are very focused. So unless a conference is a very focused conference, it might be difficult to get endorsement from a society chapter. While the section can go ahead and do it, but if you are looking for additional endorsement from a society chapter, the conference has to be somewhere focused in the type of CFP that you're presenting, the type of area that you want to cover, and so on and so forth, right? And it is recommended that before you make such a conference application, you discuss this application with the respective chapter chair so that he or she can better guide you in that. Okay. Now, again, what is the sponsorship mode? There are two sponsorship modes that you already are aware of, the technical co-sponsorship mode and the financial co-sponsorship mode. Now, for technical co-sponsorship, there will be a TCS fee. So let's say you as a chapter are going and going and trying to co-sponsor a conference. So if you are doing it by yourself completely, there may be a specific TCS fee which is specific to the specific society chapter you want to take an endorsement from. And there will also be a paper upload charge, either to IEEE Explore or to the digital library of the respective society chapter. I've quoted the example of Come to Society because that's the best I'm aware of. So if you look at Come to Society, it charges a TCS fee of USD 350 and then a $22 paper upload charge. Either you can choose whether to upload that to Explore or to the digital library of Come to Society. You can choose those options. Okay, so that's what the TCS model is. There's also a financial co-sponsorship model, and again, it is very specific to each society chapter. For some society chapters, the TCS fees does not exist, while for some society chapter it does exist. Okay, so it's very important that you check with the respective society chapter whether even if you're going for FCS mode or financial co-sponsorship mode, is it completely waived off or there is a partial fee that you need to pay. Again, I will speak with respect to Come to Society. So even if you take FCS from Come to Society, for the first 4 editions of the respective conference, you still need to pay USD 350. Post that, there is no TCS fee. And of course, the paper uploaded charges won't be there, but this TCS fee will apply for the first 4 editions of the conference. But and mind you, this is very specific to Come to Society. Other societies may or may not have this model. So please check with the respective technical society before you go ahead with such a conference application. Okay. So this is as far. So essentially, this particular slide is relevant to the fact that if you are going and just applying for a technical or financial co-sponsorship from a particular society chapter. Okay. The next slide talks about the collaboration aspect. So let's move to the next slide. The next slide is that can a society chapter and Bangalore section do that jointly? So the previous slide was that can a society chapter go by itself singularly and do it? Yes. And this slide is about can Bangalore section and the respective society chapter or Bangalore section go and do it jointly? The answer is still yes. Answer is still yes. Okay. Now, the question to ask is that how does it benefit you? Okay. The benefit is that it makes, so getting endorsement from a particular society chapter makes the conference proceedings very strong. Why? Because as I said, society chapters champion a particular technical area. So if you get endorsement from these society chapters, the proceedings are taken extremely seriously. Okay. Again, not that if you just take an endorsement from Bangalore section, it is taken less seriously, but the weight of the proceedings increases manifold if you get an endorsement from a respective society chapter as well. Okay. So what is the sponsorship model? Again, if you are going with a co-sponsorship model between Bangalore section and the respective society chapter, again, there's a TCS and a FCS mode. For the now, when you are entering into the engagement, all society particular rules will become null and void, and only the IEEE base rules will apply, which means that you need, if you are entering this TCS mode with Bangalore section and a particular come to technical society, you need to pay the TCS fee of 40-50 USDs and $20 paper upload charges to IEEE Explore. Okay, but mind you, you need not pay anything additional to the respective society chapter over and above 1450 USD. Okay, so for example, as I said, if you had gone with the respective technical society itself, you may have ended up paying some TCS fee. But in this case, if you're going for a joint sponsorship model also, you do not pay 2 different TCS fees. You just pay the base IEEE TCS fee, which is USD 450, and that is all. And the benefit that you get is that you get the endorsement from Bangalore section as well, a technical society of Bangalore. Okay, so it is like a win-win for both ends. Okay, and mind you, it is win-win for the conference organizers because with the endorsements of technical societies, you are only making your conference proceedings stand out compared to the rest who may or may not have a society chapter endorsement. Okay, and now what is the financial co-sponsorship model? Financial co-sponsorship model is that if you are going with the FCS model, there is no FCS fee, and this is as per the IEEE base rules. So if your OU is doing it, there is no specific FCS fee for it, neither any paper upload charges. And mind you, how does it benefit over the FCS of a particular society chapter? As I said, some society chapters may or may not levy a FCS fee. For example, Computer Society has this rule of levying a FCS fee of 350 USD for the first 4 years, post which it is waived off. But if, let's say, Computer Society and Bangalore section come together and do a conference, that FCS fee will also get waived off. There'll be no FCS fee at all, and it will be a joint conference of that respective technical society and Bangalore section. Okay, so as you can see, I think this model of collaboration between a respective society chapter and IEEE Bangalore section actually turns out to be a big win-win for both parties. And I think the biggest winners are the conference organizers, because I think at anyways, if you are taking a TCS from Bangalore section, you will you have to end up paying the TCS fee of IEEE, which is 1450, right? But if you are also applying for a endorsement or a TCS from the technical society also, there is no additional fee you end up paying. Okay, that's a big advantage. Secondly, you are getting endorsements from the technical society, which improve the weightage of the proceedings. And the FCS also, you understood, there is no fees of whatever sort that you need to pay if you are getting both these parties endorsed for the particular conference. Okay, so keep this in mind. This is a new, I won't say this is a new model, but this is a new model that we are talking about for the first time in IEEE Bangalore, and we are doing that because we believe this is a model that will only make a conference stand out compared to other conferences that run in the rest of the world, or for the matter anywhere in India. So let us come together, work very strongly as one IEEE Bangalore. Whether you are part of this section, whether you are part of any technical society, let's work as one IEEE Bangalore and make sure that we do the best and the greatest in terms of conference planning and applications and conference organizations that stands out compared to anything that is running in any part of the world, or for that matter, India. So I think any questions that you may have, I think we have a good team over here that can answer all your queries. I'm here also to answer your queries. Unfortunately, I think after this call, I will not hold on. I have other commitments. But you have my email ID. Please drop a note to me. I'll be more than happy to explain certain intricacies that you may not be very clear at this point of time. Nevertheless, the larger team is also there to help you. You may, of course, reach out to any of the executive committee members or any of the operation committee members, and for that matter, Chair Madam herself. And we will help you in every best possible way we can. So with that, let me end my presentation. I think I am right on 11. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to me. Over to you, Yashwant.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for taking your time amidst your vacation plan and helping us understand about the collaboration that that's possible for us. So on behalf of the organizing team of IEEE Conference Organizers Education Workshop 2022, I'd like to present this virtual token of appreciation. Please accept and oblige, sir. Thank you. Yeah, now it's time for a short tea break. I would request all the participants to stay in the bridge as the session will resume back at 11:15 a.m. IST. So if you have any queries or questions, please drop them in the chat box so that we can take that at the end of the session, maybe. Thank you. Let's resume the session back again at 11:15. Welcome back, everyone, after a short break. So before going to the next session, we have a couple of announcements for all the participants. One, you will all receive the link to download your certificate at the end of the session, that is at 3 p.m. IST. So please make sure to be on the bridge till 3 p.m. IST. So the certificates will not be mailed to the participants. The link will be dropped here in the chat box, and you can download your certificates. And the second one, participants, please make sure to drop your questions or queries in the chat box so that we can take up the questions and have it answered at the end of the session. Okay, without wasting much time, let's hop into our next session, which is on IEEE Explore, Open Access, and the IEEE Authors Center by Dr. Dhanukumar P. from IEEE India office. Over to you, Dr. Dhanukumar. Dr. Dhanukumar, you have the privilege to unmute yourself and talk.
Hello, I'm audible now?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, just great. Thank you. Just a moment. Is my screen visible to everybody?
Yes, sir, your screen is visible.
Thank you. So good morning, everybody. Thanks to the conference organizers team for inviting IEEE India office to be part of this workshop. So even though some of the items may not be directly related to the conference organization, but it's always good to be aware of these elements as well. So my presentation is broken into a couple of parts here. One is what's new at IEEE Explore, because I primarily work at the IEEE Explore department in the IEEE India Operations Center, Bangalore. So I will take you through a quick look of what all new things we have added into the IEEE Explore digital library, which you may not be aware of, and the new content, like whatever the new ebooks or say the new set of conferences, or say even the new set of standards and new resources, and also the tools IEEE has added. Also, it's always good idea to be aware of what are the recent enhancements and also the future plans in the IEEE Explore, because every time what the IEEE Explore team does is we go back to the volunteers, we go back to the conference organizers, we go back to the students, faculty, and the users of the IEEE Explore, asking them, is there anything that will really help them in the research, which can be implemented in the IEEE Explore digital library. So these things we keep talking to them, and we come out with some of the next generation usability features, which are always appreciated by the end user community. Also, you may be aware of, most of you are already, I believe, aware of the IEEE Open Access program. In general, the open access itself. So IEEE is also not new to this. We have been in this frame almost more than over a decade as of now. There have been a lot of changes. There have been new open access journals which IEEE has introduced, and that I will take you through a quick look of all these different things. Last but not the least is the IEEE Author Center. I believe this is the most important part for everybody who has joined today. IEEE has come out with a new portal called as IEEE Author Center. You think about writing an article, say to a conference, to a journal, or any publication. IEEE Author Center is the one-stop shop for all this. Even I request all the future conference organizers probably to add an element to this site, because this site will clarify many doubts which a new author may have. There are tools, there are resources, there are video tutorials which will definitely help one to publish smoothly and fastly. Then we can jump into the question. So during the presentation also, you're free to ask me any question. I'm always happy to take it up. So I've kept my chat window open. So new content, new enhancements. Before we go at this point, thanks to all of you. There are many of you who are already IEEE authors. There are some of you who are planning to write your first paper to IEEE. Thanks to all of you. We have more than 5.5 million documents in the IEEE Explore digital library right now. If you talk about blockchain, if you just search for blockchain, you'll get like 11,000 documents, research documents just from this database having, and more obviously because many of the new inventions are primarily taken to the world through the IEEE conference. So most of them will be IEEE conferences, conference proceedings, and more than 2/3 of the content in IEEE is from conferences alone. Thanks to all of you who organized the conference in the past and who are actually planning to organize in the coming weeks or months. There are more than 200 IEEE journals. We have hosted more than 3,900 approved and published standards and also the draft standards. We have ebook collections and also the e-learning library, the e-learning courses from this database. To be very specific about I believe just a quick note on the quality. This is not maybe not the right form, but I really want to re-emphasize why IEEE takes the peer review process seriously, why we always look at uh, publishing quality articles, because whenever anybody, whenever I actually keep meeting faculty and when I talk to them, they always tell IEEE is like Bible for them. Why? Because of many reasons, including the peer review process. That's one of the reason why IEEE articles have been highly cited, even the journals and also the conference proceedings. In terms of IEEE journals, IEEE journals are always on the top in electronics, engineering, telecommunication, computer science, artificial intelligence, etc. We're also cited 3 times more than any other publisher from the patenting organization. Every year, what IEEE does is we would like to come out with new opportunities and new avenues for researchers to have one custom journal in their area, or else say probably provide one journal which they can actually look for publishing the articles. Okay. So every year we introduce new journals. In 2020, we introduced more than 20 journals, and most of them are actually open access. And last year we introduced 4 new journals: Artificial Intelligence, Microwaves, Bits, the Information Theory magazine, and 1 open journal on ultrasonics for tricks and frequency control. This year, we are coming out with 4 new journals. 3 journals, they've already have their first issues posted on IEEE Explore, and we'll soon be having the first issue of Signal and Power Integrity. And some of you may already contributed papers, and we have some of the reviewers also from this region. Again, as you all know that conferences come out with some new thematic. There are some series of conferences which people actually, the sections or the particular geographical groups bid for, but many times what the sections or the individual institutions think that, okay, they should come out with some new thematical conferences. So in last year, there are a lot of new thematical conferences. There are conferences on big data, blockchain and cryptocurrency, smart grid technology. So these are the avenues wherein people come together and discuss about the latest technological developments in these particular areas. So tomorrow when you come out with, you can either go for a series. So series may be a bit challenge because there is some kind of a bidding involved. But again, if you would like to come out with something new, we can propose it to the Bangalore section. Likewise, also wanted to let you know, this morning I was checking the IEEE conferences website. In this year, we already have like 61 upcoming conferences for the probably in the next 2 to 3 years. So this is the link, IEEE conference. If you just go to the IEEE homepage, you have the link to access the conferences. There, you look for upcoming conferences, and there are 61 upcoming conferences from India. What I've done is I've just picked up one conference from Mysore subsection and one from Mangalore subsection. Just on the right hand side, if you see here, we have the Mysuru Con, which is happening. It's a completely in-person event, 16th to 17th October. From both a joint collaboration of Bangalore section and the Mysore section, subsection. And just below, you have 14th to 15th October, we have the IEEE conference on distributed Computing VLSI Electrical Circuits and Robotics in Shimoga. So this is both in person and virtual also. So tomorrow, once you have the number for the conference ID and all the details are available, your conference will come up onto this page, the IEEE conferences page. So you can even bookmark this site so to look at are there any future conferences. So I just did for India. There are more than 1,300 conferences already approved, and a lot of work actually going behind the scenes to make these conferences successful. Standards, again, a very important part every day. Actually, our day starts with connecting to Wi-Fi or say Bluetooth or Ethernet with help of the laptop, etc. But if you look at Wi-Fi is an IEEE standard. So we have a lot of new developments. Some of the new standards also we introduced last year. Ebook also, there are like 9 ebooks collection in the IEEE Explore. You can look at Princeton University. We have your publishers. We have SE for automotive and mechanical engineers, etc. E-learning library. This is one thing which IEEE last week itself IEEE celebrated the IEEE Education Week. There were many events happened. There also one of the section which organized a conference organizer workshop during this, so that they wanted to really educate the future conference organizers to become tuned to know what actually is all this is about. So with the help of the IEEE e-learning library, you get access to more than 500 e-courses. Again, they're all subscription based. Recently, we launched courses on AI standards, digital transformation, machine learning, etc. Also, one of the attendees after successful completion will also get CEUs at PDS, that is continuing education units, and also professional development hours after the successful completion. This is one course which IEEE launched and also refurbished 2 years ago. It is all 18 hours of online instructions. In Karnataka, we have like 4 or 5 institutions who get access to this, wherein one can actually hone the communication skills before reaching to the industry. So before you apply for a job, etc., you can actually fine tune your communication skills. All this is about the course will actually deliver a lot of assessment, their exercises, and also their final test as well. So you can also look out some of these things. This is new, probably less than half a minute. I will just brief you. IEEE Discovery Point for Communication. Thanks to many reviewers and also our volunteers, we have launched this course just recent. This is like one-stop shop for a telecom engineer. So this is something which people are already interested to know. So tomorrow, if you are interested, let the IEEE Explore team know. Switching back gears, looking at what is that there for you, the IEEE Explore with respect to some of the new enhancements. One is My Research Projects. So this is something which you are working in different projects, say 3 or 4. What you can do is you can start organizing documents in that particular research folders with the help of the IEEE Explore disk library. You can also make a journal, now a favorite one. You can submit your manuscript. This is where the the journal page looks like. There is video presentations. Now we're encouraging all the authors, if they have a video on their work tomorrow, if you're organizing conference, you actually have an option to enable, wherein you can ask the authors to talk about their paper briefly. So they'll be part of the IEEE Explore. So under video presentations, there are some more, like we are actually featuring an author every like once in 15 days. We update in the IEEE Explore. This last week we started featuring an author from India who is now in Denmark. You will find his name on the IEEE Explore homepage, and now you can also follow an author when you find their author profile page on the IEEE Explore digital library. I also just wanted to bring you this new thing which IEEE has developed a couple of years ago, wherein we have one dedicated page for every author in IEEE. So we have our previous speaker, Dr. Chandrakant Kumar, who has a lot of publications. The IEEE Explore itself, just only IEEE, he has many publications in the other publisher spaces as well. So in IEEE, you will get 97 publications under his name, and there are 1,236 citations, references to his paper. You can also look at the co-authors. You can look at what are these areas of interest, and also brief biography. And down this page, like once you find out this, you'll find a lot of information about his articles, etc. So go check out. If you have a paper in IEEE, do check out a dedicated page for yourself. Also, IEEE started facilitating research productivity, wherein in addition to the full text of the article, if there is an algorithm, so all of us live in the algorithmic world now. So everybody would like to access an algorithm. Okay, what is that? What is how they have used? Probably sometimes they would like to modify and rerun it. Now IEEE provides that option. There are also data sets wherein, like, as an author has used a lot of data for preparation, analysis, documents, Excel sheets, images, animation files, all this put together, that can be a data set which can be loaded to the IEEE data port. There's also media element. There are a lot of additional spaces in IEEE which all of you can use. So please look out these spaces. This is something which IEEE keeps on enhancing very now and then. Future enhancements, just to let you know, we are coming out with some institutional profiles. So for example, if you talk about ISRO, ISAC itself, when somebody accesses IEEE from ISAC itself, they will get to know who are the top authors, which are the latest papers, which are the top journals, which their authors have all, their users have actually started accessing this. All this will be part of this semantic search capability, wherein just not as a keyword search, by webbing a meaning on a keyword. So if you type something in IEEE tomorrow, probably in the coming future, the system itself will understand what is that you're looking for, and the results will be displayed. So that kind of search capability IEEE Explore team is coming out with. Coming to the IEEE Open Access program. So it's open access. Some of you may be new. So when an article is published open access, it is made freely available online upon publication. There will be no subscription or paper fee is required to access the article. So anybody, so I'm right now at my home, I can just, without any credentials, without connecting to my institution subscription, I can just download the article itself. So this is against paper, which wherein one used to have a subscription. So open access articles are often supported by article processing fees, that is APCs, paid by the author, institution, or the research funder. So this is a very important aspect. So this may also include different copyright or license agreement that is on the in term other than the traditional publication. So some of the terminologies, because these are new. So tomorrow, while organizing conference, also you may come across a lot of questions about keeping an article open, etc. But again, open access is as of now restricted to journals, but there are some articles which voluntarily an author or maybe the conference organizer want to come out with. So there are some terminologies I don't want to get into deeper. It may confuse you, but this will be part of the presentation, which you can download from the organizers whenever you have the link to download all the presentations for today. Why should you care about open access? So we can actually, your role could be share more broadly under the open access model, because a subscription is actually not required to read it. We actually see that more and more articles which are like, obviously IEEE never compromises on the a peer review process. It is as good as for any conference or a journal. Even sometimes it may go rapid. We may review the article quickly, but again, we never compromise on the article peer review process at all. It actually comply with the requirements, and also others will be able to build on your work, because most of the time it is available freely. There are many avenues for one to publish open access article, that is hybrid. Traditional journals, if you talk about IEEE computer, say IEEE communications, IEEE sensors network, or say learning, some of the other neural network, etc. All these are traditional journals, but within these traditional journals also you can apply for open access article. And now we have 27 fully open access, topical open access. Like for some of the topics, we have dedicated open access journal. Say for example, photonics. We have a fully dedicated journal, open access journal for photonics itself. And IEEE Access is a fully open access multidisciplinary journal. Any of the articles tomorrow, if you're confused, which journal, open access journal should I submit my paper to, just come to the IEEE Access and submit, because it addresses all the topical areas served by IEEE. So as I told you, we have 170 plus journals. We have access, so fully open access topical journals. So there are some of the examples. So open journals, we recently launched open journal on signal processing, say nanotechnology, industrial applications, etc. Some journals were already part of it, was like quantum engineering, etc. All of the information you will be able to find in the open.ieee.org website. So moving on to the other interesting part, Author Center. I would request all organization. So IEEE Author Center is the one-stop shop for all of your queries. It is an open site. Any tools, any resources, any information, all this actually freely available to all of you. So tomorrow, if you'd like to ask, if somebody of one of your author in the conference asks, which is, say for example, some of your peers ask, which is the best journal for me to submit my paper, there is publication recommender. So there is a recommender, publication recommender you can look at. So this not only journals, but also the upcoming conferences. The system will guide you. This is the best or the best journal or the top 5 conferences which you can look at sending your paper to. There is writing latex, wherein we provide a lot of options. It will actually speed up the publishing process with help of the latex analyzer tool. You'll also be able to find template selector by looking at the IEEE template selector. You talk about a magazine, say a letter, or even a journal. There is a template for it. You'll be able to find out the template here. You can also validate your references. Nowadays, most of us, when I was doing a PhD, I used to use the Zotero reference software. My colleagues, my friends used to use Mendeley reference software. So you can also use any of the bibliographic management software. But if you'd like to validate your references, you can use IEEE Reference Preparation Assistant. You can also share your code and data with the help of the IEEE tool. So all this is again available with the help of the IEEE Explore, that is IEEE Author Center. There is also IEEE PDF checker. Tomorrow you have the final PDF. If you'd like to look at is it Explore compatible or not, you can look at this tool, IEEE PDF checker. This is a home page. So there are like many options. You can look at new authors, journal authors, conference authors, book authors, all these different aspects here. You can also, if you'd like to become an author to a magazine, you click on it, you'll be able to find a lot of information. So that's the reason I was requesting all of you to look at this site. When you probably, I would suggest you can give a link to the video tutorials, which will help an author to understand the authoring much better. The video tutorials, author tools, and also the ethics statement. As you know, the IEEE takes misconduct seriously. All this information is available on this site. Video tutorials. So recently I was talking to a student. He wanted to know, okay, how to write a proper title and an abstract. So there's a tool here. There's a video tools, best practices for writing your article's title and abstract. There is template selector. You can select publication type, publication. Then you can look at any of these different content to send, find the template, proper template. So here is the publication recommender. You type data science here, all the data science related journals and also the conferences, upcoming conferences. Will part of the page you can look at which is the best suit for you to submit your manuscript. You can also speed up your publishing process by looking at a latex analyzer on this page. Here is reference preparation assistant, and also here is the PDF checker. So please do promote it from your conference websites in future so that a lot of things the authors will be able to get aware of. You can also, here is one thing. So if you'd like to become a conference author, and probably can, what are the type of conferences? There is some benefits of publishing with IEEE, many other aspects here. You can look at, you know, probably promote this as well from your pages. There are also author ethics. So this is the best place to find out all the different ethical guidelines, do's and don'ts from IEEE on the ethics part. I really don't want to step into this part because being conference organizers, everybody know that what is the publications to look for: scope, novelty, importance, clarity, interest. But again, this can be a good thing to know. And also decisions, like conference organizer, when you either accept the paper, okay, when when everything is published properly and correctly, and also it has some kind of a novel idea, something latest, etc. There are also revise and resubmit, wherein authors are asked to revise the paper at some parts so that they can actually accept it once these corrections are made. Rejection, so the article may not be in good terms, or in the sense may not be good of better quality, and a lot of mistakes in the paper itself, which obviously IEEE rejects. So there's some decisions. And here is one thing which I request all of you to look at, being conference organizers. You have a lot of templates, which is updated. I think you can look at some of the latest. I could not update this slide for this presentation. Sorry for that. But you can look at, I think normally it keeps the same, otherwise some minor changes we should be able to find it out here. There is template in overleaf as well, so you can also look at it. So all these links, all this data is available in the this one. So as soon as you have get access to this document, the presentation, you can actually click it and you will be able to find the latest updated versions of this. This is conferences site itself, where I just picked it up from this morning. I just had a nice image here. So it says, okay, search for 2023 if you'd like to find out the conference organizer resources. So you'll be able to find out all the resources here itself. We have the Bangalore section, which has got like a strong set of volunteers who will be supporting at all junctures of conference organizing, and also post that as well. But again, quickly if you would like to find out, you can also come here or even send out an email to the Bangalore section executive committee. Also, I request you tomorrow, because collaborative is one thing which is not being leveraged extensively. So IEEE Collaborative is like is a combination, again, a technical social networking platform wherein you can make friends, you can become part of some communities, groups, etc. So tomorrow, say for example, your institutions organize a conference on so and so, you can actually come here and promote it. So this can be a group wherein, how we have the WhatsApp groups, this can be a community of people wherein people can actually come and participate and have the discussion prior to the conference also. So this may be a good way to promote and look at, okay, we can have actually one administrator, and anybody sends out a paper, once it's accepted, that can be part of this, or else you can just open a community. So there are free tools from IEEE Collaborative, and I request you to look at this as well. Author Lab, again, this is one of the communities wherein most of the authors are actually as part of this. We have I think more than 14,000, almost now it is more than 15,000. Any questions regarding authoring paper, anything and everything. We have also the IEEE staff members who are part of this community. You can actually send out a question, and in some time one of my colleagues will be able to answer, or any other author who was part of this group should be able to answer your question. So utilize this. Is again a free tool, IEEE Collaborative from IEEE. If you're a member, you don't have to create a new account. You can just use your my IEEE ID and password, or else if you're new to membership, you can create a free personal account and join the IEEE Collaborative platform. Before I come to the last slide and ask you if somebody has any questions, IEEE authors. So here's the newsletter. Many of our volunteers and members felt that IEEE should come out with a newsletter, maybe a monthly or bi-monthly, or say quarterly. So we actually have started launched this a couple of years ago. This is a bi-monthly newsletter wherein we talk about some of the latest changes in the publishing world, and to emphasize on some of the elements which people continue to use. So people actually are almost asking, what is bibliometric? How to boost your submission acceptance changes. Okay, So some of the new things were always part of this. So I request all of you to sign up for this. You can just send out an email to us at authors@ieee.org, and one of my team member will be adding you to the distribution list, and you will receive this newsletter as soon as it's published. So this is a bi-monthly newsletter. This is the team which I primarily belong to, the IEEE Explore team. If your institution has subscription, I have a strong team of 10 people across India who conduct sessions on how IEEE Explore can bring a lot of value to your institution. If your student branch would like to conduct a small activity about IEEE Explore, please reach out to me, and me or one of my colleagues will be handling this 30 minutes of virtual or even on-site person. There are free sessions from IEEE wherein we talk to the faculty, students, librarians, etc. And we also help with a lot of authentication mechanisms, remote authentication mechanisms, anything and everything about IEEE Explore. My team handles in India. You can just drop an email in case of any questions with respect to the IEEE Explore. I think with that, come to the last slide. So here are some of the links given. So if you'd like to know more about open access, we have open.ieee.org. I request all of you to follow the IEEE Explore on FB and Twitter. And in case you would like to conduct a session on IEEE Explore, 30 minutes or 45 minutes, my team will be happy to help you to conduct these free online or the on-site sessions. With that, let me quickly look at the chat window if there are any questions. Oh, there is one question. How much time IEEE takes to publish paper? Madam, IEEE normally looks at around 2 weeks to get a final answer, whether accept, revise and resubmit or reject. Sometimes may go beyond that as well. Yeah, for conference, there is a conference. Every conference provides a deadline to submit the paper, and I think every conference differs in the timeline of pre-review process. Sometimes some of the conference let us know that the final acceptance will be given by so and so. So please watch out the conference. Okay, yeah. Is there any limitation on the number of authors? This is one question which we come across frequently. Ma'am, we don't really have, there is no such limitation, but again, there is one paper recently I found out which has like 150 authors, okay, from across the globe. So there is no such limitation, but it is ideal. It also depends on the project volume or say the work itself. So there is no limitation, but one ethics statement at IEEE that we don't accept is please don't include minor contributors. Say for example, if Yashwant is writing a paper and I happen to providing some resources, some tools, I cannot be made as a co-author. I can be in thanking section or the acknowledgement section, but okay, my institution does not. Okay, man, if you have doubts, like if you do not have access to IEEE Explore, just drop an email with you. I don't know your institution name. You can just send me an email here, d.pratishetty@IEEE, so that I can. Any questions with respect to IEEE Explore, you can just drop an email. I don't see any further questions. Any other questions? Any of the panelists have you received any question on privately? So I'm happy to take up any questions on the topic which I've just shared with all of you.
We do not have any questions, Dr. Dhanukumar.
Sure. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay.
Over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Dhanukumar, for sharing your knowledge on IEEE Explore, Open Access, and the IEEE Author Center. So on behalf of the organizing team of IEEE COEW 2022, would like to present this virtual token of appreciation. Thank you so much, sir. Up next, now let us learn about the overview MCE website by Dr. Purnalata Ji, MIT, Chair of IEEE Mangalore Subsection. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am.
Yeah, is the PPT visible?
Yes, the
Okay,
PPT
fine.
is visible. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning to all, and thank you for joining us on this Sunday. I'd like to thank Deepa Madam for providing us an opportunity to collaborate for this workshop. So I'm here to take you through this NCE website. Let us start. Yeah. So to begin with, what is NCE? So it's an actually a platform where we get all possible kinds of tools, assistance, and details which are required for managing conferences or any kind of events with IEEE. So if you go to this site, that is IEEEMCE.org, we might get a page that's something like this. And you can see that we have various tabs here, and we can use any one of the tabs to know or to get further information regarding those topics. I'll take you through a few of the topics here. So if I say start here, if I click on that, so before that, the various key roles with respect to the organizing a conference. And I suppose these are the topics, the key roles, they are already covered by earlier speakers. What are the different chairs that are required to be identified to conduct a conference? Then coming to the timeline, so what is that we're supposed to do before applying for a conference application? And then before the conference, then during the conference, and then after the conference. So pre-application period, we need to establish our conference organizing committee, and it is better to contact some of the organizations or organizer already they have conducted the conference, so that we get to know what are the best practices that they have followed, and also the kind of problems or issues that they came across and how to solve those things. And then we can obtain the sponsorship information. It could be either IEEE or it may be non-IEEE. Okay. So then we can contact this website, that is the MCE, if we would like to have mentors or any kind of guidance, the tools and the various services. Then pre-conference, we need to submit the conference application. This is in detail covered by the earlier speaker, how to fill a application. So during the conference, we need to share our details about our event, safety statements, and various things with all the attendees and participants as well. Then we need to monitor all the activities, whatever it is going on during our conference. Maybe we need to hold meetings with the key organizers, the vendors, the venue. So as and when required, it is better to go with the frequent meetings to clarify any kinds of issues and to avoid any sort of problems that we may face during the conference. So post-conference, it's always a good practice to send a thank you email for the participant, for the speakers, for the resource persons, and all those committees and the chairs who were involved in the conference process. Then if it is a yearly conference and you have an idea of conducting the conference again, we can inform the date and the location on our website also. Then we need to submit the conference proceedings. Then coming to planning the conference, once we think that we are ready to start planning the conference, we need to go through these applications and other related things, and then need to plan the required logistics, then the finance and any other contracts that are required. Then technical program, it is development and the quality, it is very important. And then the registration, then the audience, what are the kind of people that you are targeting, who would be your audience, how you are going to promote your conference. And finally, you need to ensure that you have your acceptance from the IEEE so that the audience or the authors know that it is something wherein if they present their article would get published in IEEE. So to begin with, we need to find resources based on your role. You may be a TPC chair, you may be organizing chair, a financial chair. So for different roles, there are different contents that are available in this particular website. So you can go through that website and you can browse and to get more details based on the role of an individual. And all these things, whatever you are able to see here, for each and everything, the details are available on this particular site, that is IEEE-MCE.org. So now let me take you through some of the pages of this website. So to begin with, you can see that various options that are available to us, how to get started, the applications, if you want details about planning and logistics, then the publication related, or it's a virtual event. So many options are available to us. Let me start with this getting started. So when I say it's getting started, you can see it will get a screen something like this. Welcome to IEEE conference organizers. So here again, further we can see various options, how to begin the timeline. Okay, you want to know about the budget or the websites, or you want to define your scope. You would like to get a sponsorship. You want to know how to get the sponsorship. So or the locations or the venue. So based on the requirement, we can click on any one of these parameters and we'll be getting more details. So you can see a message from the chair, and you want to conduct a virtual event or hybrid events, or you want to know the difference between them. You can click here, or you want decided that you want to go purely in a virtual mode, not in hybrid mode. Maybe we can click on this to get insight into the virtual mode or only a hybrid mode. Okay, so let us go through this virtual mode. I selected it as virtual mode because of the pandemic. We know that since a couple of years, almost all the conferences, they are in the virtual mode, and hence I have selected this particular page. Let us see what are the key considerations that are required if you want to create a virtual event. So first thing is, why go virtual? Okay, so suppose already before pandemic or during pandemic, somebody is already schedule their conference as a offline mode, and due to pandemic or any other reasons, if it is not possible for them, to schedule or to conduct or organize as planned earlier. So what are they supposed to do? So should they postpone the event or the conference, or whether they should cancel? So both of them are not a good option, right? So if you postpone or cancel, again, there is a delay involved because so much of effort and time put by all the committee members, and just because we have some problems, it is not a good idea to postpone or to cancel the event. So that's the reason where we can decide that, yes, let us go virtual. And sorry, there is a typo here. And compared to the physical conference or the event, the virtual event, that's a lower cost. But the limitations of this virtual would be definitely we might miss out live interaction, right? Face-to-face interaction with other participants or the resource persons, definitely it may not be possible. So whatever the different kinds of experience that we get during our offline event is, there's a limitation with respect to those kinds of experiences. But still, using the virtual mode, maybe through chatting or mail or some kind of vlogs, and definitely it is possible for us to interact with the people. Then coming to the another consideration, reimagine your event. So earlier we might be having something in our mind, when we decide that we want to go offline. But say the moment we decide we would like to go as a virtual mode, then we need to organize it in a different manner. It may not be the same as what was planned earlier as a offline or a physical event. So we need to think carefully about attendees or participants, what exactly those people expect out of the event that we are going to conduct. So what are the things that we can offer to them? And once we decide what are the things that we are going to offer, how exactly we can execute those things so that the attendees are happy. And then coming to the time, because it's a virtual, people might be, they are busy out there in the whole day, maybe having other things, maybe they are working from home or office, so they'll be busy. So maybe it's a better idea, instead of having continuously for longer duration, a few hours per day, and we can spread it over more days, rather than trying to complete it in a hurry. Also, it's difficult for one to sit the whole day in front of the laptop or computer, and they may miss out certain things also. And one more thing is attendees, they are living in different time zones. This is very important because our attendees, our participants may be from different time zones, and because of this virtual kind of the platform, we need to think about a particular time. It might, which fits well into the various time zones, and based on that, we can decide these hours. Then the presentations could be live virtual sessions, or we can have kind of a pre-recorded on demand. We can also have those recordings on our website, or we may go for a combination of both. Then, can anybody hear me? So as we know, we are all aware, we are all experiencing at one or the other time, that is with respect to virtual or online, is the network connectivity issues. We never know when we are going to face such kind of situation. So it's always better to get pre-recorded presentations from the authors. And also you can ask them to upload their presentations. So in case if there is a problem, then the host, they can play on behalf of the author, or they can they can share the presentation, and the author they can just present orally. So these are going to avoid the real-time connection quality issues, the fatalities there. If there are no issues with respect to the connection, then fine, author can share the content, and author can present then and there itself. If there is an issue, in that case, these recordings and the PPTs which have been collected earlier might help. They might come in handy. Then coming to the exhibitors and sponsors. So companies can connect with the attendees through presentations on topics, right? Because there will be different sponsors, how they can connect to the attendees or the participants. So companies can also make their own presentations on the topic on which they are working, or they can showcase their workforce skills, or if they have some new products, or they would like to provide some kind of discounts or offerings for the attendees through this conference, or they would like to show certain demos. All those things can be done by the company people, or basically the sponsors. So then networking between attendees is critical, right? As I told you, because it is virtual, definitely we would miss out face-to-face conversation and the networking. So how we can do that using a virtual platform? Right, there will be audio, so the attendees may unmute themselves. They can ask any questions they have. That way it is possible for them to connect with the speakers and get clarified their doubts. And if there is any audio issues, they can also put their question using the chat, so that the moderator or the person who is managing the session can see that question, whatever is there in the chat, and that way the speaker or the just person can clarify the doubts based on the questions or the issues that is written in the chat box. Then you can also use the discussion boards and virtual breakout rooms. So definitely all of these, they may not replace our actual physical interaction, but something is better than nothing, right? Definitely up to a certain extent, it is possible for us to ensure networking, because one of the main reasons, or one of the reasons or interesting thing about these attending conferences or event is we always look for, to expand our network. We may look for the people who are working in our areas, or some keynote speakers. We may want to invite them for our events and all such things. So networking really plays a key role in these conferences. So using these kinds of alternatives, up to some extent, it is possible for us to ensure the networking component also. Then the tools, there are various tools available provided by IEEE. So we need to decide about the event and what is that event we are doing, what are the requirements for the event are there, and based on that, we need to select the tool very carefully. Just because tool is available, we cannot pick up, or we cannot just use the tool whatever we want, right? So we need to see what is our requirement. So based on that, select the appropriate tool, because the different tools are having their own advantages or limitations, or the capabilities, and maybe the price or the cost also varies. So maybe depending upon our budget or event, we can decide what is the kind of tool that is required for us, and accordingly we can select the one that best suits for us. Then train and don't strain. So we need to allocate a generous amount of time and resources for various kinds of training, and to carry out whatever the plan that we have done for the conduction of our event. So if we don't give enough time on training, or we don't discuss frequently, it may be difficult for us to handle the on-site issues or the problem, and we may get stressed or tensed up. So to avoid that, it is always better to spend lot amount of time and also the resources before conduction of the actual event, maybe kind of a dry run or something like that. Then there is an opportunity to excel. Okay? So behind the scene, for example, today's workshop also somebody is presenting and you are all listening. So, but before this, so many months of effort is there, so many people are working that may not be visible to others, but because so many things are happening behind the scene, those interactions, so on the communications and all those things that they are the things that helps us to excel in the event whatever we are conducting. So the need is we need to recruit some people, dedicated people for the event, then train them properly, and so that we can coordinate with all other people and they can perform the task given to them. So do I need professional help? So if there is a smaller event, maybe it's possible for me to conduct on my own or with my colleagues or maybe with student volunteers. But otherwise, if we think that we require the professional help, then we need to send a request or a mail to this email ID. So they would give us the professional help, whatever we require. Then there's a lot of decisions that one has to make throughout the period. So regarding the virtual, starting from the decision of, okay, yes, let me go virtual. My event is virtual, not the physical. So starting from that decision, there are series of decisions that need to be, required for the organizers to make. So decisions to go virtual or the date, sometimes you want to change the date or the same date you want to conduct virtually, or the schedule, is it the same or is it a different one? And also whatever the format that we have decided about the event, are we going with the same or we want to change it, or the tools or the fee. We might have charged more earlier because we need to arrange for the logistics, maybe the accommodation, maybe the food. And now because we have decided that, okay, we are going to virtual, should we change fees? Or should we reduce the fees or should we reimburse some amount to the authors or the attendance back? So these are all the kind of various decisions that one has to take. And the important thing is many, people would be asking, suppose if it is a virtual event and is it possible for me, whatever the paper which is selected, and if I present, whether it gets published in IEEE Explore or not. So definitely yes, the papers or the authors who are presenting virtually, they would be published in the Explorer. Of course, based on the whatever the rules or regulations or the formatting issues are there, if in compliance with the regulations, it would be published, or it could be an issue with the plagiarism and so many things are there. So if we are thorough with all those things and we are perfect with those instructions and we have followed all those things, and we can present our paper at the conference, then definitely it would be considered for the publication at IEEE Explore. Then get help from MCE. So there are various committees or various teams are there at MCE to extend their help. So if I mentioned a few here, so event emergency response team. So during the event, if there is an emergency which you want to handle, then you can contact them through this particular email. Then we have IEEE virtual events web page wherein we can get the guidance and the various resources, then supporting documents which really helps us in executing our event in a planned manner. Then digital events team, they are going to answer if you have any specific queries or specific questions, not the general questions that are available in the FAQs. Apart from those FAQs, if you are having any issues or any specific queries or the questions, that would be handled by this digital events team. So you can see here, there are so many documents which are available, whatever I just informed you. So for more details, you can click on any one of these and you would be getting the details from this site. That is again, whatever I'm talking, it is with respect to this site, IEEE.mce.org. You can see here, stakeholder consensus and building, then understanding the audience, supporting authors and the students. You want to choose a virtual event format or the fees. So, right, so many things are there. You can click on this to get more information. So next, what's the difference between a virtual and the hybrid? Because we decided that we cannot go physical, so we are going for virtual. So if the conditions are good at the location where we have planned our event and our other delegates, it may be difficult for them to reach us, then can I go for hybrid or not? Or whether it should be a purely an virtual event. So what is the difference between these two? So the virtual event, all the elements or all the participants take place completely virtually. These events are entirely online as planned from the beginning. Whereas if you say it's a kind of a hybrid event, then certain things that are there at your physically at the location of the specified venues, and few are joining online. So we are having both offline as well as the online in case we go for this hybrid event. Sorry, I think then the difference with respect to virtual and the hybrid formats. So in case of traditional, you know that all are venue. Suppose if you want to make it as a hybrid kind of mode, then there are some people who are sitting at the venue. At the same time, we can stream, we can go for live stream with the other participants as well. And it could be outside your organization or inside your organization. So it's basically it is so many formats are there, and we can pick up whatever the format which is convenient to us. These are some of the parameters maybe which are useful for us to decide whether we need to go for virtual or the hybrid. If there is a travel restriction in place, there is a kind of a, lockdown, then definitely hybrid may not work. So we need to decide that, yeah, let us go on completely a virtual mode. And if the majority of the audience are from global or across the different countries or the states, and they're not local, then also hybrid may not be useful for us. Then we need to go for the virtual mode only. If similarly, if the audience are local, or majority of the audience or delegates are from the local, then there is no lockdown or there is no travel issues, no restrictions, and then we can go in for the hybrid mode. And the high collaboration goals are your budget is flexible, right? Suppose if I say that initially I decide, okay, I want to go for virtual and keep aside some amount as my budget, and then if I want to go for hybrid, then the same budget might not work for me. So if there is a flexibility with respect to the budget, and initially we say that maybe we decide it to be as physical, then depending on the situation, for certain reasons, we may decide it as virtual, and we may send the communication to all, yes, we are going to virtual. But when during the day of the events, a few days, if the situation is not that bad, there is no restriction, in that case we can decide about the hybrid at the end moment or a few weeks before also, provided we are having a flexibility with respect to our budget. Then you want to attract the new audience, thus virtual is the best thing, because people from across the globe or different places, they can join us rather than our own audience. So we can attract a more number of audience or the participants if we go for this virtual. And if the time is very short, we're running out of time, then it is not, we don't have enough time to plan for hybrid, because it involves both offsite and on-site management of the event. In that case also we can go for virtual. Before asking the help from MC, they have certain FAQs, and you can first go through these FAQs and check for the answers available. And if your queries or the issues are not handled through these FAQs, then definitely we can communicate with the MC team. Some of the FAQs just shown here for your reference. Yes. So MC is all about meetings, conferences, and events. And if you go to this side, there are various options. You can click on any options. It will take you through further details. And I have given you a little bit elaborated view of the website for the virtual event. Similarly, for any other helps or any other details, you can go through this website to get more details. Yeah. So thank you all for being with me and for your patience listening. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am, for explaining about MC. On behalf of the organizing team of IEEE Conference Organizers Education Workshop 2022, would like to present this virtual token of appreciation on behalf of the team. Please accept it, ma'am. Thank you. So we can break out for lunch. We'll join back exactly at 1 p.m. and continue the session. Before that, two important announcements to all the participants. You will get the participation certificates at the end of the session, that is at 3 p.m. or 2:30 p.m. So please make sure to be on the same bridge till you get the link to download your certificates. So we'll resume the session at 1 p.m. IST.
No, I think somehow I'm not able to move back. Yeah, it's okay. I think that should not be a problem. Yeah, so I am mainly going to talk about the publication chair responsibilities. Before that, I'll briefly talk about the conference management tool, which is known as the CMT. The conference management tools are used for submission of papers, and once the papers are submitted, you can add reviewers to the tool, and the track chairs can assign reviewers to the papers, and the reviewers can submit the reviews, and based on the reviews, the track chairs or the chair can mark the papers as accept and reject. Once the papers are accepted or rejected, this tool also can be used to send notifications of acceptance or rejection. And at a later point of time, if you want to connect with the authors, so you can select the papers and a few papers if you want to filter and then send emails, that's still possible. Once the acceptance is notification is sent, then you can enable the camera ready submissions, and at any point of time the chairs will be able to download all the papers, and once the camera ready papers are submitted, even that can be downloaded in bulk. And the other important thing about this CMT tool is that you can also do copyright integration, so that once the paper is accepted, the author when he logs in, against his paper, he will see one link for submitting the camera ready and the other link he will get to submit the copyright. When he clicks on the copyright link, it will be directly taken into the IEEE copyright submission form. There are several CMT tools that are available. Earlier, we had used EasyChair and eDash and things like that. But recently, at least for the Connect conference at the IEEE Bangalore session, which is a flagship program, we have been using the Microsoft CMT. One of the main reasons for using this is that this is free, right? So you don't have to pay anything for this using this CMT tool. I'll briefly show you some of the main functionalities of this CMT tool. So everybody should create a tool here. This is the URL for it. You can just log in. So once you log in, you will basically get connected to all the conferences that you are associated with. So the first one is says, welcome to the CMT request submission form system. If we click on that, then these are the conferences that I have already created. And you see a link here which says that create a new website. If you want to request for a new CMT tool for your conference, you click on this. So the chair is the general chair, or the TPC chair is the one who has to request for the CMT account for your conference. The only strong condition for the CMT tool who can apply is that he should have an account from the university. So if you use Gmail or Yahoo Mail or any other email and try to create an account in the CMT for creating an account for the conference, then the application will be immediately rejected. And also note that even if you try with the ieee.org email, even that will not work. One of the condition is that whoever is requesting for the account for the conference should have a university account, right? So it should be an official university account. So once you know that, once you do that, then the application is straightforward. You just mention the name of the conference. If there are any short form, you can mention that. And the dates, when is the conference date, when do you want the submissions to close? If you have a URL for the conference, you can mention that. And what are the research areas? And if you want multiple tracks, right, you can just give the list of tracks that you want here. And if there is a logo, upload the logo, right? So once you clear this, then within one or 2 days, the conference website will be ready. Okay, so that's the way you create the as the chair, you create the CMT account for your conference in the CMT2. So once you have the account, this is for the connect I am showing. So when you go to the submissions, you see that there are so many papers which are submitted here, and there are places to mark it as status, right? So there is a camera ready, it has not yet been requested. Once the acceptance is done, this will be shown as S. And status is shown as awaiting here. This can be changed based on the decisions. It gives several options: desk reject, accept, and other options. And if you want settings, if you go, the one of the settings that you have is the deadline, that is activity deadline. So you should choose a track. Once you choose a track, if it's a multiple track, then for a per track, you can set the deadlines. Okay, so this is the paper submission deadline, and you can also have a separate deadline for the edit submissions. Then there is author notification. You can set a time when the email has to go. Once you're marked as accept and delete, accept and reject, if you set up a time at that time, the notifications will go. Immediately when the notification goes for all the accepted authors, the camera ready submission link will be enabled, and you can set a deadline when they have to submit the camera ready version of the paper. And one of the other main features is when they submit the camera ready, the IEEE also asks you to there is a place where you can directly integrate the copyright. So IEEE copyright requirement. You click that this is a requirement. Then you write what is the name of the conference that you have mentioned in the copyright submission form, and IEEE gives a 5-digit conference ID. If you just mention that here, this will directly integrate with the IEEE copyright form. So once you enable this, what will happen is that after the acceptance, the accepted paper authors, when they log in, they clearly see two links. One is for submitting the camera ready. That's the final version of the paper. And other link they see is the sign the IEEE copyright. When they click on that, it will directly take them to the IEEE website. So if there are any questions, that's all I have to briefly talk about the okay, so if there are any questions about the CMT tool, I think I'll take it up now before I go to the responsibilities of the publication chair. Any questions, quick questions anybody has?
I don't see any questions in the chat box.
Okay. Should we continue in that
There
case?
is one question from Dr. Shruti. Before getting approval from IEEE, can we get the CMT tool? Before getting the approval from the IEEE Bangalore section, can we get
No, I think after you get the approval from the Bangalore session, I think the Bangalore session procedure says that first you have to get the approval from the Bangalore session. Once you get the approval from the Bangalore session, then you apply for the CMT tool, and then you apply for the approval from the IEEE. I think that should be the right process.
I hope that answered your question, ma'am, Dr. Shruti. Yeah, yes, sir.
Any other questions? So the most of the features in this CMT tool will be self-explanatory. If you are using it for first time, then you have to log in and try few things, and you'll be able to figure out. And Microsoft also has a very quick, if you have any questions, you can write to them. They will try to resolve it quickly. There is also a frequently asked questions and other tutorials how to use this tool. So you can use all that. As I mentioned, so Connect, we have been using this because this is free of cost. Earlier, we used to use other EasyChair and eDash, which is a paid version, right? They were charging about 1 lakh per conference. But whereas this tool happens to be free. Okay, so let me just move on to the publication chair responsibilities. The main responsibility of the publication chair is the production of the conference publication and included them in the final program and technical papers. The conference publication chair is mainly responsible for making the final program, and then the important thing is to send it to IEEE Explore digital library for publications. So right, so the last one is very important. Most of the people wants to submit present their papers in the IEEE conference because it goes into IEEE Explore the digital library. So it's the responsibility of the publication chair to ensure that everything is in the IEEE format and it's submitted to the IEEE digital library on time. I will briefly go through before you submit, that is after the conference. So I will briefly go through some of the events that happens before you reach the level where you will be able to send the papers to the IEEE Explore. The first thing that happens is that once you get the approval from the IEEE Bangalore section, you go ahead and create the web page. You also create the CMT2 for the conference. Then you formally apply for the IEEE conference. This is done by applying, this is called IEEE conference registration application. So once you submit this application, within a few weeks, you will get an approval from the MCE about the conference. And when you get the approval, you also get a conference ID, which is a 5-digit number. That's the most important information about the conference, which everybody should, the chair should keep track of it. Once you get the approval, then you will get an email to fill the IEEE conference publication form, right? So most of the fields there will be pre-filled, and this is also a stage where you have to indicate that you will transfer the copyrights to IEEE, and you can also mention that you'll be using the Explore, right? So for creating the PDF files, you'll be using the Explore there. So there will be a clicking box which you have to click saying that the conference would like to use the IEEE PDF Express to create the PDF files. And you have to agree to send all the copyright forms into IEEE. Once you fill this form and sign, so what you get is the approval for the letter of acquisition, which is called as LOA, right? Once you sign the LOA, then you get a PDF file describing all the details about the conference, what you have actually signed. The typical LOA will letter of acquisition will look like this. This is the one that I got for the Connect conference. Letter of acquisition for the conference, right? So this is the conference ID that I have mentioned, which is the most important thing. It has a lot of other information that the publication chair should keep track of. So one of the other one is about the copyright itself, and I'll come back to the copyright. So this is what, if you have seen the published papers, the bottom line, there will be a line which is saying that this is the copyright. So, but this is the copyright for the copyright information that should be there for all the papers which are published in this conference. Every conference will have a unique copyright ID, right? Which is the for this particular conference. This is the conference ID, that information. And there will be submission instructions. It also says that what are the other things, I'll come back to some of the other parts of this document. And it also has a part number. This is also important. I will come back to this part number and ISBN number, right? So these are the two most important information for the related to the conference. These are required when you start filling up the IEEE when you start preparing your dossier for the IEEE Explorer. So once you get the letter of acquisition, you will also start getting several emails from the IEEE. So one of the email also talks about the IEEE plagiarism policies, and you're strongly recommended to use the IEEE cross-check portal, which is used for plagiarism checks, right? So what is good to do is that you better submit all the papers to the plagiarism check before they are reviewed, right? So once you review the papers, then if it has to be rejected based on plagiarism check, then a lot of efforts that has gone in reviewing the papers will go waste. So one of the things that you could consider is just do a plagiarism check, and the conference chair has to take a call and rejecting papers based on the similarity score that the portal actually gives. Okay, so one of the main responsibilities of the publication chair is to ensure that the similarity scores are not too high. IEEE does not recommend any benchmark or a score for acceptance of the papers. What they say is that it is left to the conference organizers, but I think it's good to have a cutoff of about 30 to 40%. In other words, anything above 40% has to be rejected, and between 30 and 40%, I think the chairs can have a look at the paper and probably decide how much are including publications, and there are other parameters based on which I think the chair has the um, responsibility to decide on rejecting or accepting the paper. Right, so you can, if it is between 30 to 40, you can also indicate to the author saying that you are in the borderline, you have to improve on the similarity score. I think the plagiarism check has been becoming very important because there are a lot of complaints that most of the papers are copy paste and things like that. So organizers, especially the publication chair, before sending it to the conference and the IEEE digital library, once it is sent there, then it's very difficult to backtrack, right? So remove it from the library. So it's absolutely important that everything is fine. But if there is a conference where a lot of papers are above a threshold, then IEEE might reject all the papers, saying that we may not put all of them in the digital library. Okay, so it's important to ensure that all the papers are within the limits, and all the authors need to also sign the IEEE copyright before it is published in the IEEE digital library. Then another mail you will get is for completing the IEEE copyright registration form. This registration form will ask you whether what is the CMT tool that you are using. If you give the URL of the CMT tool, it will try to integrate with the CMT tool itself. The way I showed in the Microsoft CMT tool, if for every conference, CMT tool will give a unique ID, so URL. If you give that to the IEEE copyright registration form, they will do the integration. Okay. After that, so that's what the publication chair needs to do before the conference, right? So once the papers are accepted, then the publication chair should ensure that everybody submits the copyright form, signs the copyright form, and all the camera ready papers have been submitted, right? So this is what should happen before the paper is presented in the conference. So once you present the paper once the author presents the paper, and if one of these is missing, then it's very difficult to catch hold of the authors. They don't respond generally. So you should ensure that all the authors who are presenting the paper in the conference before the conference should have submitted the camera ready version, and they should have signed the copyright with the IEEE. So once this is ready, then the author should present in the conference, and you should also take attendance and keep track of list of papers which are not presented in the conference. And papers which are not presented in the conference are generally not signed to IEEE Digital Library. So you have to remove them from the collection of papers that goes into the IEEE Digital Library. So then we have to IEEE explore. We have to start. So once the conference is over, you have the list of papers which are presented in the conference. You have the camera ready version of the papers, which is downloadable from the CMT tool. And once you sign the copyright registration form, IEEE will also send you a link for the conference to keep track of the copyrights. So if you log into if the chair logs into the IEEE copyright website, it will give the list of papers, authors, and what is the whether they have who are all submitted the copyright forms. Paper wise, paper ID, title of the paper, and which author has actually signed the paper. And each copyright after signing, there will be a unique ID which is called as copyright ID, which is generated, which is unique to the paper, each of the paper for which copyright has been signed. So you have author papers, you have the cover page of the conference, title of contents, copyright information, and if you possible, you can also create the author index for your proceedings. Then there are two things that has to be done before it is ready to upload in the copyright in the IEEE web page. So you have a collection of papers, and you also have a list of authors who have signed the copyright. So these two lists should match. Okay. And even if there is one mismatch, then the IEEE will not proceed with your publication. That's precisely the reason why they have given two tools to ensure to check ourselves, ensuring that whatever information that we are giving is correct. Even if one paper, if the corresponding copyright signed number is different, then IEEE will ask you to resubmit it, right? So they have given two tools which are downloadable. I'll show you the link where these two tools can be downloaded. These two, one is to prepare the packaging list, and the other one is to check whether whatever you're quoting is actually correct, right? So they'll cross check everything and tell you that whatever you have submitted is perfect, it's ready to upload. So individual papers that you are planning to submit should have explore complement PDFs. That means that it's recommended that when before they submit the paper, camera ready version of the paper in the CMT, they submit it in the explore and see that it's in the IEEE format. And the paper name should be less than 50 characters, and every paper should have a unique unique name. Okay, all the files that you're planning to submit should be in the PDF form, and all the papers and all the table of contents, index, and everything should be only one folder, and this folder should not contain any web pages or hyperlinks. All this information I just copy pasted from the LOA that I got, and zip. So everything is in one file, and zip all the contents into one file, and use the naming convention, which is very important. I made mistakes several times. So the first you should type in the conference record number, which is the five-digit number. For example, the conference record number is 56743 here. Underscore this part number. This part number is actually the part number that I showed in the PDF file, right? So this is the part number that I'm talking about. So every conference will have a unique part number and a unique conference ID. So the first part is the conference ID, 5-digit number, underscore this part number, dot zip should be the file. Okay, and this is what this file should be uploaded to the conference website. This is the conference website where you need to upload this, and this should be done as per the LOE. It says that it should be done before 30 days from the date of the conference. But if it's better to do it as quickly as possible. Maybe you can try to do it within 2 weeks from the date of the conference. Okay, and if there is a delay in submission, it takes longer time for IEEE to process all this information and put it up in the digital library. So before, so I talked about two packages that IEEE actually provides. One is called as the packing list generator, which is called as PLE. This will help you to create the packing list. And the other one is called as a packing list checker. Once the packaging list is created, this packaging list checker, if you just run it once, it will tell you whether everything is fine. Or if you say that if there is a paper number, let's say the paper number is paper 41, but the folder that you have does not have that paper, then the packing list checker will tell you that this paper is not found here. And if there is a mismatch in the paper names, if something is not something is not there, or some additional information is there in your folder, which your packaging list will not is not taken care of, then this packaging list checker will give you error. So you have to go back and check everything and then submit. This packaging list generator, so I could have given a demo, but I'm running out of time. This is mostly self-explanatory. This is a Java file. When you click on that, it'll ask you some information about you, who is uploading this, and the information about the conference. After you go there, then there will be two main information, right? So one is that whether all the authors are submitted or is agreed to transfer the copyright to IEEE. You have to press yes to everything. Then you have to give a list of papers that's in the form of Excel sheet. You can copy paste. So there is this IEEE copyright website will give you a list of authors who have submitted the IEEE copyrights, and each paper will have a unique ID, right? So which is a 6-digit number, which is the IEEE copyright number. So you have to have a list of papers, and corresponding list you have to write the IEEE copyright number. Okay, as I said earlier, they will check before it goes to the digital library. Even if one mismatch, they will ask you to resubmit away, right? So you have to ensure, be extra careful that these numbers are given correctly against each paper, right? It's basically looks like an Excel sheet where there is a one column is whether all the papers are PDF files, and the other column is whether everybody has signed the copyright form. And two main other columns are, one is the paper name of the paper, which is the file name in your folder, and the other column is the IEEE copyright number, right? If these things are there, then you can write the packaging list. Once packaging list is done, use the packaging list checker to check it before you upload, right? These both of them can be downloaded from this website. Okay. Once everything is fine, everything will be there in one folder, and that folder should be renamed as conference ID underscore part number, and then zip it. Then once you zip it, when everything is ready, just upload it here. Right. So when you go there, it will ask for the who is uploading information. After that, once you upload, it will identify by the conference ID. It will upload it will identify which conference it is, and appropriately it takes a few weeks from there to send the papers to IEEE expert. So that's all I have. I think I'm running out of time. If there are questions, I can take few questions. If something is not clear or people have more questions, I'll be happy to share.
Right now, I do not see any questions in the chat box, but participants, if you have any queries or questions, please let me know in the chat box so that I can unmute or I can ask the question to the speaker.
So yeah, most of the information that I used in the file is part of the LOA, right? So once you have the conference LOA, most of the things are from the LOA. And if you have any questions, any doubts at any point of time, I think you should all write to IEEE MCE. They're very prompt. They try to resolve the issues very quickly, right? So I think this is the email ID, IEEE /MCE@IEEE.org, right? So that's the conference management email ID. So if you write to them, they will generally respond, right? So they'll clarify all the dots.
Right, sir. I do not find any questions in the chat box.
Okay, I'll stop sharing. And so, okay, so I was supposed to talk at 12:30, but due to some network issue, I could not join at 12:30. My apologies about the same. Sorry about the same. So, but finally, I could make it at 1:30. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That happens. And thank you so much for sharing your great knowledge with us, sir, on the topic roles and responsibilities of the publications chair and the conference management tool, etc. Thank you so much for that. And on behalf of the organizing team of IEEE COEW 2022, I'd like to present this virtual token of appreciation to Dr. Muralidhara.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It's our pleasure. All right, now let us concentrate on one of the important topic, that is technical program management, which will be handled by Dr. Venugopal PS, NMA MIT Treasurer, IEEE Mangalore Subsection. Over to you, Venu, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Ashwin. Hope I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible clearly.
Okay, I'll start sharing my screen. Hope my slides are visible in the full screen mode.
Yes, sir. Good to go.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Good afternoon to all. First of all, let me thank IEEE Bangalore section for giving me an opportunity over here for sharing my experience on how to manage the technical programs. Thanks to IEEE Bangalore subsection, Dr. Purnalata, for giving me an opportunity by recommending the names to IEEE Bangalore section. I was the part of IEEE Discover, which is a flagship event of IEEE Bangalore subsection from past 3 years. In 2021, I was the organizing chair for this conference. I was also involved in R10 HTC, which was hosted by IEEE Bangalore section, and I was one of the track chair in this R10 HTC conference. With this, let's begin the discussion of technical program management. In the today's session, we had seen a conference from various perspectives, how to start with it, how to go ahead with that, and the crucial part of it is reviewing the papers. Just now, Professor Muralidhar has explained the tool for reviewing the paper. Microsoft CMT is one of the tools. Even for Discover earlier, we were using EasyChair. Last year in 2021, for the first time, we used Microsoft CMT. Even for R10 HTC, we had used Microsoft CMT for reviewing the papers. Well, that decision is left to the team of IEEE conference, whoever is organizing. The crucial part is how to do the review process, because obviously anyone submitting a paper for a conference is to get a good review comment. Even if the paper is rejected, as an author, what I'm looking for is a quality review comments, which will help me to improve the paper. Even if the paper is accepted or rejected, authors will look for a quality review process and a quality review comments. That is the part of the team which is handling the technical program. So that is the discussion what we will be doing in the next 30 minutes. Role of the technical program chair and the timelines, peer review process, plagiarism and screening. Most of the things are already mentioned. So final paper selection process. What is a technical program? Technical program is nothing but your conference. That is a series of presentations delivered at a conference is what you call as a technical program. That technical program can be further divided into tracks and sessions. Tracks are based on the concepts or the themes, something like you can have computing, then electronics, electrical, mechatronics. These are all different streams, or you can also be divided based on themes. Smart agriculture, smart automation kind of things, or can also be. It is the decision of the conference committee to say what are the tracks. Sessions, based on the number of papers, you will divide the sessions. Most of the sessions, it is better if it is 1 hour or maximum of 1.5 hour. Maximum of 1.5 hour. Even though it says 15 minutes of presentation, you can say 10 plus 2, something like that, based on the availability of the time. That has to be communicated well in advance to the authors, so that the entire program involves oral presentations, keynote speakers, poster presentations, workshops, and tutorials. This is the entire part of technical program of a conference. So the technical papers which are being presented are the peer-reviewed papers. So when we say peer-reviewed, it is being reviewed by another researcher who is just like an author. Sometimes the reviewer can also be an author in the same conference. So that is what we say peer review. So for that, we have a technical program chair. The technical program chair and the TPC chairs. It can be one person or it can be more than one. Usually we suggest to have 3 or 4 members. In Discover, we usually have 4 or 5 members as the TPC chairs, because since it is a crucial responsibility which spans over 6 months of time for a conference, so it is better if there are other people to share the responsibility. Whatsoever the reason, if one person is not able to work, then there should be other people to take the responsibility. So chair manages the entire process of call for papers, then reviewing it, then scheduling the sessions, plagiarism checking, and handling the copyright issues. This is all being done by the technical program chair. So first of all, technical program chair should know what are the challenges that will be encountered, where the reviewers overburden or was overloaded. Is that fine? What peer review tool was used? The CMT is the one which was discussed. Which key contacts would you recommend for the conference technical program committee? Develop the tracks based on the papers what are submitted. This is the major responsibility of the technical program chair. This is how the hierarchy looks like. There are technical program chair, technical program committee to assist the technical program chair. Then there are reviewers. Okay. So technical program chair is essential to the entire process. Eminence is not necessarily effectiveness. It is not a must that he should be a very senior person. Not a must. Whether he is competent, whether he is strong enough to handle the process, whether he is a person who can handle the things gently, politely, because he's talking to many people. Authors are talking to TPC chair, reviewers are talking to TPC chair, the conference team, organizers are talking to TPC chair. So that's why he should be effective. He should be a person who is effective. There should be a hierarchy. There should be a hierarchy to share the load. Because the times things have to happen on time, which is very crucial in any conference. So that's why there should be a team which is working with the technical program chair. So he should know how it works, because the working rules varies depending on the institution. So institutional memory, what works, what doesn't. He should know. uh, this should be a person who is from the host institute, who will decide what should I do to make it work. If I do like this, whether it works or not, that is something the TPC chair has to decide. Then he will develop the technical program. What he will do, allocate the schedule timings for the accepted papers. So IEEE says 20 minutes. This is left to the conference organizers. What is the time for the presentation? Then assign appropriate space to meet the anticipated interest. Plan how many posters, etc. Sizing your paper review team. This is something very crucial. You have to decide who are the reviewers. So first thing, once the conference is applied, conference application is filed, Bangalore section is approved, IEEE is approved, or if there is a subsection approval, all the approvals are done. CMT is also created, website is also created, hosted. There will be a publicity team which is starting the work. The publicity team will start the work. It will prepare the publicity materials through the digital media, through the print media, whatever, do the publicity. Once the publicity is done, is going on rather than done, the TPC chair will have an eye on the CMT. Submissions, how the submissions are going on, how many papers are coming in. It is most of the time, more than 80 papers will come on the last 2 or 3 days. It's my observation. More than 80% of the papers will come on last 2-3 days of the deadline. Then the TPC has to decide in consultation with the organizing team, should I extend the deadline? Yes. Most of the time, at least once, the deadline has to be extended. While planning the conference itself, you should have that plan that deadline will be extended at least once. You can extend twice also, but not more than twice. While extending, extend by maybe 10 to 15 days, not just by 2-3 days. That is what I suggest. If you want to extend by 20 days, extend by 10 days once, again 10 days. 10 days once and 10 days once again. This is what you can do. If it is 20 days, don't go on extending 4 days every time and extend so many times. That doesn't look good. So that is what the decision the TPC has to take, and then update the publicity team, update in the website, send the emails once again if required, and do the publicity on the extended deadlines, and stop the acceptance when the deadline is actually complete. Of course, when it is programmed into the CMT, CMT will not accept any further papers. There may be a request. It is up to you to decide whether you have to take that request or not. But somewhere there has to be an end. There has to be an end for the submission process. That decision has to be taken by the technical program team. Then select the peer reviews. Identify the reviewers. You need to take their consent. Send an email, create a Google form, send an email, take the consent of the reviewers, identify their domains, and expertise. You can also ask them how many papers you can review, because usually a good practice is to assign 5 to 8 papers for a reviewer. An ideal will be 5 to 8 papers. Sometimes some reviewers will say, I can review only 2-3 papers. Okay, fine. You should respect their opinion of saying, I can review only 2-3 papers. Some people will say, I can review 15-20 papers. Okay, fine. We'll be more than happy, but ensure that it should be a quality review. I'll come to that later. So this identifying the peers is something what you have to do. Check their competency, check their domains, and have a database of the reviewers. For a normal conference, you need to have 100 plus, around 200 reviewers, not 100 plus, I should say 200 plus reviewers. Why is that? We'll come to that point. Okay, going ahead. Timeline. This is something which is usually told in the program. You need to have 1 year of time. 1 year of time, 10 to 18 months. You make your team, recruit the reviewers 9 to 10 months prior to the conference. 9 to 10 months prior to the conference, you have your reviewer team. Call for papers is given. Of course, parallelly, don't stop the process of identifying reviewers. Keep continuing till the paper assignment is done. Keep searching for reviewers. Okay, then there is a submission deadline, which is 4 to 6 months. Peer review process, 2 to 6 months. 2 to 6 months prior to the conference. 2 months prior to the conference, you have to complete the review process. Because there is a CRC submission. There is a plagiarism. issue that you need to consider. CRC submission, formatting issues, all these you need to think about in those 2 months time what you are getting before the conference. So notification of acceptance should go 12 weeks, 12 weeks prior to the conference. Okay, then communication, you have to talk to the reviewers, talk to the authors. TPC chair is the one who is responsible for this. Microsoft CMT provides a beautiful way to communicate. There are email templates that you can prepare. And you can, in one single click, you can send hundreds of emails. You can categorize as email for reviewers, email for authors, email for communicating authors, email for all authors, emails for accepted authors, emails for rejected authors. Like this, you can categorize and you can send one single email to all the authors with one single click. That's what you can do with the Microsoft CMT. Even with the other platforms may also provide such features. This responsibility is with the TPC. So conference cannot guarantee the inclusion in IEEE Explore Digital Library or indexing. This is something every organizer has to look at. I have seen many conferences making misleading messages. IEEE cannot guarantee, whenever it is an IEEE sponsored conference, it doesn't mean that the papers will get published in IEEE Explore. But the sentence should be like, you can see the last line over here. Conference indicate that the proceedings will be submitted for possible inclusion in the IEEE Explore and indexing. Possible inclusion in IEEE Explore and indexing. And also Scopus indexing. IEEE itself says that if it is published in IEEE Explore doesn't mean that it will be Scopus indexed. It is the sole decision of the Scopus to decide whether that particular conference paper has to be included in Scopus or not. This is the decision of the Scopus. So again, a paper has to be published in IEEE Explore or not. This is the decision of IEEE, not that of a conference organizer. So that is something the organizers have to take care of. Authors are also should be aware of this factor, because even the previous speakers have mentioned, even a small mistake by the organizing team can lead to disqualifying the paper from being appeared in IEEE Explore. TPC chairs, publication chairs should be very, very careful in these aspects, because a wrong review can lead to disqualifying the conference paper appearing in IEEE Explore. So how to conduct a peer review process? So first we have to decide, is it a single blind or double blind? IEEE Discover at Mangalore subsection follows a double blind review. Double blind means author does not know who is the reviewer and reviewer does not know who is the author. The TPC chairs also ensure that the conflict of interest is also addressed. When I say conflict of interest, paper from a particular organization is not being reviewed by the reviewer from the same organization. Like I'm from NMAM Institute of Technology. I will not be reviewing any paper by any author of NMAMIT. Same is being with MIT or NITK. We follow that. We will not review the papers of our own organization. With this has to be moderated by the TPC team, because the reviewer doesn't know who is the author, whereas TPC chairs will be knowing who are the authors and who are the reviewers. So conflict of interest has to be addressed by the TPC chairs. Decide on double blind review process. Then you have already identified the reviewers. So well balanced and high quality program is organized and presented. For that you need to have a good technical team. That means good reviewers. That is something which is required. So first we will be doing the plagiarism check, as Dr. Muralidhar has said. Before starting the review process, do the plagiarism check, and you can desk reject. You put a limit. Let us say if you are putting as a 25% or so, then directly reject those papers who are above that. Suppose if it is 30%, you reject the papers which are above 30%. You can keep a buffer of 20 to 30. You can ask the authors to revise, and resubmit and again do the plagiarism check, that is up to your decision. Again, you can do the plagiarism check, and in the second stage, you can reject or accept if the things are beyond the limit. Okay. How many authors, how many reviews per paper? Decide 3 reviews, 4 reviews, 5 reviews. Now, this decision is based on the type of review comment that you get. If there is a conflicting review with the 3 reviewers, go for 4th review, 5th review, whatever it is. The decisions have to be clear. The review comments have to be clear, and it should be something worth for a author. That is the decision what the TPC chair has to take. So how many reviewers are required? That is something, the calculation that you have to do. Example is there. If you are expecting a 200 papers being submitted, per paper 3 reviews must be there. Total reviews are 600. Total reviews required is 600. So full paper, I mean, per reviewer is 12. Sometimes no one likes to have 12 papers for review. Then you need to have more reviewers. So if it is 12 papers per reviewer, you need to have 50. But as I said, it is good to have 150 or 200 reviewers if possible, so that because sometimes you need to go for more than 3 reviews. More than 3 reviews per paper. That's why it is better to have more reviewers. Sometimes the reviewers will accept the review when you ask now, but at that time when the review has to happen, reviewer may not be free, uh, because every academician is loaded with so many things. He has a NAC coming, he has an NBA, he has an NIRF, he has AACT, CII survey, he has so many things to do. In between, it's a voluntary work what he's doing. So it may so happen that when you send a paper, he may be occupied with something. So that's why we should respect their responsibilities. So you may have to reduce the number of papers, or he may deny from reviewing, giving whatever the reason. Even it may be a personal reason or a health reason. So we should have backup reviewers. Diversity is something required here. Gender, age, heritage, geography, academic, industry. It is better to have the people from the diverse background as reviewers. Okay, you have already decided what is the platform. Then you can assign the papers accordingly. So using the proper tool, you will be assigning the papers to the sorry, you are assigning the papers for the reviewers, and then regularly monitor how the review process is going on. Whether the reviewers are sufficient, you need to have few more reviewers. Don't keep it for the last. Keep an eye on the review process going on. Importantly, look at the review comments also. Look at the review comments also, and make sure that the review comments are gentle, decent, and worth of it. Because we have seen review comments which are very rude or very vague or too short, just saying good paper, accept. Otherwise, say bad paper, reject. Poor review comments. Some people making personal comments like the English, the this author doesn't know anything on this domain. So this is just a survey paper, not worth of publishing or submitting in a conference. These kind of review comments also we have seen. Sometimes the reviewers are suggesting to refer their own papers. This is also a bad practice. So these kind of review comments have to be moderated by the TPC chair. Has to be moderated by the TPC chair, whereas the reviewer doesn't have any right to hurt the feelings of an author. Even if such sentences are there, the TPC chair has to moderate those review comments and not recommend it to be shared with the authors. Because even I have received such comments from some of the conferences. There are some conferences where the papers were were rejected by the conference, because not the conference, sorry, the IEEE Explore, because of poor review process or a vague review process. Okay, after the review process, there should be a scoring based on the reviewer's confidence level, based on the review questionnaires. There should be a scoring process. Once the scoring process is done, sort the papers in the ascending order, and then take whatever the number of papers that you want to take based on your acceptance rate. Usually 30% is an meaningful acceptance rate. It can go up to 35, 40%. Not more than that. As it was told in the morning, above 50% is not a good practice. So usually I say 30% is an acceptance, is the possible acceptance rate, which can go up to 35 or so. That many number of papers you will accept. Then prepare a review questionnaire. This has to be done in the CMT well in advance. This has to be done in the CMT well in advance, because there is a place to put the review questionnaires where every reviewer has to answer. Some questions can be mandatory, some questions can be optional. Those are the questions which is mentioned over here. You can ask for the novelty, you can ask for what is new in this, is the data is valid, is the presentation is clear. These are all the questions which the reviewer can answer while reviewing the paper. Okay, then he will put a mark. Reviewer's confidence level is something which is very important over here. He should say whether I am very confident or not so confident. Accordingly, his review can be given a weightage. His review can be given a weightage, because if a reviewer who is not very confident and he says accept, and another reviewer who is very confident and he says a reject, then the reject will be given more weightage than the accept. This moderation is the responsibility of the TPC chair or the TPC team chairs to have more than one person over there. Okay, so when we have enough submissions, TPC will decide how many. These are all the status, that is accept, reject, or maybe accept. That's the problem sometimes, maybe accept, but we need to keep that aspect also over here. Okay, then fine. We have already talked about this. Managing the conflict of interest I mentioned, and finding enough reviewers. Reviewers' responsibilities, of course, as I said, reviewers should maintain everything confidential, even the TPC team. Whatever the papers which are submitted, whatever the concepts that are discussed in the paper have to be kept confidential. Have to be kept confidential and not to be discussed with anyone. That's the responsibility of the reviewer. And it's the responsibility of the conference team to inform the reviewer about the reviewer responsibilities. Even though they are aware of it, they must be aware of it, but it's our responsibility to communicate the reviewer responsibilities to the reviewers. Well, I'll not talk much about this because already Professor Muralidhar has talked about this regarding the paper management system. Any tool that you want to use it for the entire review process. This is also mentioned by Dr. Muralidhar regarding similarity screening. Use the cross-check. IEEE cross-check is available. Find out the plagiarism. For every conference, a login will be created. Every paper has to go through the plagiarism check. Even if there is a revision of the paper, again that has to be checked for the plagiarism. And in IEEE Discover, even after camera ready submission, we will be checking for the plagiarism. Even after the camera ready submission, we will be checking for the plagiarism. And if at the last stage, if the plagiarism is more than the accepted limit, directly the paper will be rejected. Even the camera ready submitted ones, we will reject if it is above the specified threshold of the conference. Okay, so that is about the plagiarism check, the cross check tool we can use. After all this, we'll take the final decision on decide the acceptance rate. This should have been decided well in advance with the management of the entire organizing team has to talk and come to the conclusion of an acceptance rate and possible deviation. How much delta is possible out from the 30% or so, can decide on that. So many number of papers have to be accepted. Again, I'm repeating it. This acceptance is based on the score what you put for every paper. It is not that every paper which is having an accept has to be accepted. The review comments have to be given weightage. Because if there are if there are 4 authors who are saying accept, but if there is one reviewer, if there are 4 reviewers who are saying accept, but if there is one reviewer who says reject because the paper is already published and available in the below link, if there is a comment like this, then the paper is supposed to be rejected. It may so happen that the other reviewers might not have noticed it, but one reviewer has noticed. Just validate that. Is the paper is available? Yes. Then reject the paper outright. So this is the decision of a TPC chair which has to take place. Then the TPC decisions has to be communicated to the authors. Rejected papers, I recommend usually communicate the review decisions. I mean review comments. Communicate the review comments to the authors and say that this is the reason why your paper is rejected, so that the author will be happy to know and happy to improve the papers. That is why review comments have to be gentle, polite, and constructive. You don't have any rights to harm the author or his integrity or his commitment to the work. Even if the work is copied, say that in polite words. You all have the right to reject the papers. No issues. It's a decision of the conference to reject the paper, but the reason has to be clear and precise. Descriptive reason has to be given, not just saying that it's a bad paper, so rejected. Something like this. Plagiarism is obviously the reason for getting the for having the paper rejected. So after all this, the papers have to be formatted in the IEEE template. Every paper has to be checked for the adherence to the formatting. TPC has to do it. Again, the publication team has to do it. Double check, triple check, whatever the number of times. More proper you are, earlier your paper appears in IEEE Explore. Because we are happy to say IEEE Discover paper has appeared in less than 10 days in IEEE Explore. Has appeared in less than 10 days in IEEE Explore because of multiple levels of checking what was being done at the organizing levels by the TPC as well as by the publication. Yeah, that is the major responsibilities of the technical program team. Once all these are done, you have all the list of accepted papers with you. Sort it according to the theme, divide it according to the session, and hand over it to the next committee which is hosting the event. Because there will be another set of team, what you can call as an organizing team, which will do the show. So leave it to the organizing team to handle it. Yeah, I'm done. I just exceeded 1 minute. I'm happy to have some question answers if there are any from your side.
Thank you, sir. We have a couple of questions in the chat box. I'll read it out to you.
Yes, please.
So, question from Harsha BK.
Okay.
Can we have a honorarium to reviewers as well? If yes, is there any standard followed?
Actually, in IEEE Bangalore section and IEEE Mangalore, we are not giving any honorarium to the reviewers. We are giving a certificate. If you want, you can give a memento. If required, you can give a complimentary registration to the conference, but not directly paying anything, because we consider IEEE as an voluntary organization, and we make it clear that the review process is an voluntary process. So as such, no honorarium for in the IEEE context as such, as per my knowledge.
Thank you, sir. Harsha, I hope that answered your question. And the next question we have from Dr. Shruti.
Yes.
She's asking, based on what conditions does Scopus decide whether to index or not?
Well, as I understand, of course, I don't have a clear answer for this. As I understand, Scopus will have a regular review process of the documents which are submitted to the conference qualities, etc., and then it will decide whether that conference has to be indexed or not. Hello.
Yes, Dr. Venu. I think we missed few points. Can you reiterate once for the audience?
Oh, okay. Oh, 1 second. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Regarding indexing in Scopus, it is a decision of the Scopus. The Scopus will review the journal journal and the process what is being followed by the journal to select the papers. They will look into this and then they'll decide whether it has to be indexed in Scopus or not. There will be a quality check by the Scopus on these documents. That's what my understanding regarding the being indexed or not.
Right. Thank you, sir. And that is all that I can see in the chat box. Yes. Yeah. Yes, sir. Those were the questions, and
Okay. Yeah.
and I really thank you from the bottom of my heart for sharing your
Thank
thoughts on this.
Thank you.
On
Thank you
behalf of
everyone for listening. It's a good opportunity for me to interact with you all. Thank you, Bangalore section.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your views. On behalf of the organizing team, we'd like to present this virtual token of appreciation. Please accept it, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Venu. All right. Now that we have come to the end of the workshop, may I now request Dr. Basiraj Annami, KLEIT Chair, IEEE North Karnataka Subsection, to deliver the closing address. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's really a great day for all of us. In fact, this conference workshop started at 9 o'clock in the morning, and it is ably started with opening remarks by none other than the chair, Bangalore section, Dr. Deepa Madam, and followed by the significance of workshop by Dr. Chandrakant Kumar, Vice Chair, IEEE Bangalore section. And then how to apply for the conference. The whole application process was conveyed very well told by Dr. Kiran K, Execom member. Later ably added more information how to get it accepted by the headquarters, by Parmeswarachari, Chair IEEE Mysore section. Before any conference is being organized, one should have a proper planning and building the team. And the whole success of the conference lies on the team. Therefore, team building is an important activity, which was very well explained by Dr. Sudarshan P. Kulkarni. He's a chair-elect, IEEE Mysore section. IEEE Bangalore section, Dr. Prashant Mishra, Vice Chair, IEEE Bangalore section. He explained about, again, the whole process of planning and building, how chapters can collaborate with one another, especially this time with the initiation of Deepa Madam. This activity started in NKSS. After Dr. Prashant Mishra's talk on collaboration for a conference. We had a tea break, then followed by the tea break, there's a session by Dr. Dhankumar P, IEEE India office. He explained about how the digital library IEEE Explore, how one can publish and how one needs to communicate the papers to IEEE Explore. Then followed by the website overview given by Dr. Punalata G from MIT chair, and she explained about the overall of the MC website. Publication chair, the responsibilities of the publication chair, which happens to be a very good portfolio and which has to be ably handled, and how and what are the responsibilities is explained by Dr. Mulidhara VN from IIIT Bangalore. After his session, there was a lunch break, and after the lunch break, the session started at 2 p.m. and the whole technical program management was explained by Venugopal PS from NMAIT, and who is the treasurer of IEEE Mangalore subsection. In fact, the whole workshop went very well, and the success of the workshop is due to everyone's contribution, who presented their views and their topics very well. And on behalf of whole team of organizations, IEEE Bangalore section, IEEE Mysore subsection, then IEEE Mangalore subsection, and IEEE North Karnataka subsection, I express my deep sense of gratitude to each one of you who are responsible for the success of this workshop. With this, I conclude my remarks and hand it over to Yashwant.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Anami, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for delivering the closing remarks. On behalf of the organizing team of the IEEE COE W 2022, would like to present this virtual token of appreciation for you as well. Please accept it, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bhatraraj.
Thank you.
Yashwant, we request all the participants to switch on their camera. We can have some snaps. So we take this opportunity to thank each one of you for active participation since morning. So once again, thank you all for joining with us. Yashwant, are you taking snaps?
Yes, sir, I am taking.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you. You can turn off your
Thank
camera.
you. Yeah, please post the feedback link, the certificate link in the chat window. So kindly download the certificate. Yeah. Thank you.
Right. That concludes a remarkable, memorable, and knowledgeable event, the IEEE Conference or Education on for Organizing Conference 2022, that is COEW. We promise you all that in the next year, we will enter in the field with some more innovative ideas to nourish your minds. We're expecting more volunteers to take up the opportunity and organize conferences. So before I sign off, I request all of you to fill the form and generate your certificates. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah,
This is
Yashwant,
Yashwant.
we stay for other 5 to 10 minutes.
Sure, sir.
So that all can download the certificates.
Sure, sir.